was right about the shoe. The shoe was not the same in the picture shown in court as the shoe pulled from the evidence bag by Trooper Bukake.
And you mentioned you're at the hospital. There was a sneaker. One.
Yes.
Bukake! Bukake!
Woo! Good evening, friends. Very late evening. Happy Friday. Hope everybody's doing well. It's great to see everybody here. Yeah, man. So, no. As per the last couple of streams, no real agenda here. It's just late. I got home from the gym. Still pretty jacked up from pre-workout and made some food. Wanted to wait till after I ate to decide whether or not I was going to go live, because a lot of times when I eat, I just want to pass out. And so it turns out that I was still jacked up on pre-workout after I finished eating. So, so yeah. But yeah, a couple of things we're going to talk about. Most likely, the tickets went on sale this morning for the Not Wilbur show. I just don't remember. I don't know the name of the theater. But the new one, I guess it's kind of a both, kind of doing a Halloween and the thing, mixing the two up, seems like. And I never been there for the Halloween stuff. So, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe Kaylin and I will dress up or something. I don't know. I don't ever think about stuff like that, really. It's not that would be her department if that's going to end up happening. So, um, what's up, Amy Boston? It's good to see you. Donald from Worcester and Dina, my favorite. I hope everyone's doing good, man. It's good to see you guys. So yeah, it should be fun. Does anybody know that if the after party is going to be at the Encore for sure or not? Like, is it still just in talks? As far as the bus stop live this morning, the bit that I caught, it was just up in the air, but I don't know. Drago, hi buddy. Is this going to be a thing now where I have to stream with your tail in my face? Is that how this is going to go? Buddy? Yeah, go play with your brother. Thank you. Okay, so for sure everybody's saying for sure the Encore. Street Squirrel, homie, it's good to see you, my man. Oh my God, no way. Oh my God.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you? Dina, thank you so much. Glara, my favorite too, Dina. Thank you. So yeah, man. So last year, man, like, dude, I those of you who have met me already know I am the most socially awkward person in the world. I'm the guy that you see here. When I'm around, like, like a small group of people, I'm a lot more chill, like if I'm hanging around with like Aiden and, a couple other people, like I'm pretty chill. But when it comes to like these large groups of people, I freak the fuck out. And I have like no control over this. Like I just freak the fuck out. So like, yeah, last year, when was it last year or the year before? I think it was last year, wasn't it? We went to the Encore after Mr. Betterow. I always feel relaxed around the Mighty One, which is weird, right? Like I am in no way, like, I never feel weird or awkward or intimidated if I'm hanging around like Betterow and Melanie Little and Kelly Reed, and like I never feel that way. And then I get around a bunch of supporters and I'm like, oh, I'm fucking scared out of my mind, dude. I can't fucking explain it. I have no idea why. And that happened. Like I was of the mindset at the Encore, like when we were going to the Encore, I was totally of the mindset of like, I was going to be super social, and I was pretty social for a minute there. And then Jason Grant stuffed one of his fucking homemade gummies in my mouth that was like this fucking big. I don't even know how many milligrams that was. And next thing I know, like I'm just wandering around the Encore the rest of the night. That's all I'm doing. Like I'm wandering around the Encore the rest of the night. And just like aimlessly ended up talking. That's how I met Donald from Worcester. And I met like a cousin of like a guy that I grew up with since middle school. Like it was crazy. It was super bizarre. It was very, very, and holy shit. Hold on, man. Regular RN just gifted 5 memberships, people. I love it. Thank you so much. All right. So it's the Schubert. It's not the Wilbur. It's the Schubert. So the Encore is about 3 or 34 miles or 3.4 miles. You put a space there between the 3 and the 4. So I don't know if you meant to put a decimal. I don't know. I don't know what you're doing there. But I feel like it's like 3.4 because I all I know is Tim Bradle was the DD, bro. And that ride from the Wilbur to the Encore was incredibly fun. Like we were straight up like Bohemian Rhapsodying the whole way there, which was fucking awesome. I tried to pick music. I couldn't find anything. And then Tim Bradle was like, I got it. Right. And then like he picked the music and yeah, it was such a good time. It was a really, really good time. It was just that next thing I know, I'm fucking way too baked on an edible. Like, dude, he didn't even give it to me. Like he put it in my fucking face, dude, like literally in my face. I opened my mouth and I was like, what the fuck are you doing? And I was like, oh, okay, it's a gummy. But I was like, God damn, it feels like a really big gummy, dude. And it was, next thing I know, yeah. Next thing I know, I barely drank. It's crazy. Fucking yeah, it was a fun night. So yeah, this should be really fun. I'm excited about it. And I'm excited for Kaylin to meet a lot of you guys that I've had the pleasure of meeting. Plenty of time. Can you guys like go wrestle somewhere else, please? Thank you. Like they're always so yeah, I'm excited for Kaylin to get to meet a lot of you guys that she hasn't gotten to meet yet. And yeah, it should be fun because she's really excited about it. And she's gonna be here, which I'm excited about. She's gonna come hang out with me for about a week. And it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be really, really nice. I've never stayed at the Boston Harbor Hotel. What it looks like is Kaylin is going to book us a room at the Encore. So we're probably just going to stay at the Encore that night. So that's our plan so far. Now I want to see something real quick. Let me see. Did she share with me the website for this place? No, these are just screenshots. Like I want to see like where they're at. I want to see like what the who cares? Dude, a lot of people are staying at the Encore. Like we're going to be there, so it doesn't matter. A lot of people stay there. So it doesn't matter. We'll be okay. Don't worry. We'll be okay. Let's see here. Yeah, it's a big place. We'll be all right. I know the VIPs were sold out. I don't know what Kaylin did, but Kaylin got really good fucking seats for us, man. But I mean, look, I'm still not 100% sure that we're even going to go. But I'm not even 100% sure that we're even going to go. Because my priority is the trial. My priority is the trial. So just want to hopefully be able to do both. If we can't do both, we have the tickets. If we can't use the tickets, we will create a giveaway of some sort, and somebody will be able to use them. But they are really good seats. They're excellent seats, as a matter of fact. So I couldn't believe she pulled it off. Hey, can you guys please, dude? Seriously. Thank you. I know I love you too, buddy, but like I'm trying to do a show here and you guys are over here like trying to swallow your little brother whole. It's like it's distracting. Yeah, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But that's the plan. We bought the tickets with the intention of going, with every intention of going, and that's what we're gonna do. As long as we can. So so anyway, I'm gonna shift. I'm gonna shift the mood a little bit here for a second. So it has recently come to my attention. Not so recent, but recently has been reiterated. That there now I'm nowhere near a point where I want to get into it with certain people. And I mean certain people. There are other people I don't mind getting into it with at all. But there is some receipts that have been brought to my attention that a very similar Clubber, go lie down right now, go lay down. Thank you. Go lie down, please. Good boy. Thank you. And you, leave him alone. Quit jumping on his face. These two are like really hyper tonight. So listen. Being on this platform, you're expected to get some hatred. If people enjoy your content, if people enjoy watching you, if people are talking a lot about you and saying nice things about you, the more that happens, the more there's going to be other people that are going to go the opposite route when it comes to you. And that's, that it just goes with the flow, or it comes with the territory. Sorry, that's the term I was looking for. It comes with the territory. It is what it is. And so, one thing that I like, I have no problem with anybody who just simply doesn't like me. That's okay. I've always said that if you're not, if you're not saying something that is pissing someone off, you're probably not saying anything worth listening to. And but what I really can't abide by, what really actually disheartens me, like it puts me in a bummer. It really does. Like it doesn't put me in a bummer if some lol cow talks shit about me. I find it funny. I find it flattering even at times. It doesn't get on my nerves at all. But what really I find disheartening is when there's people who are really supportive to me, to my face, in my chat. And then behind the scenes, they're doing everything they can to trash my name. And they're taking things such as, me going live at certain times personally. Sound familiar? As if it's an attack on them. Even though I actually make a very conscious effort. What did I just say, dude? These two are fucking too much. It's Drago. Drago is fucking with him so much. It's not your fault, Clever. And I can't do nothing about Drago. Drago's just Drago. Like he's a fucking cat. What do you do to a cat? Like you can't discipline a cat. He's not gonna listen to me. So anyway, one thing I just don't respect or abide by is when there's people who are supportive of me here and then, be in some group chat or some backdoor social media platform, talking the house of shit, whining and bitching. I just don't, I don't respect that. I just simply don't. I'm not going to mention anything now, but there are receipts. And, I have eyes everywhere. I don't know how people don't realize that by now, that I have eyes everywhere. So that's all I'm saying. Now, I'm not even close to getting petty with this person. Not even close. I actually still very much like this person. But no, I'm not spilling the tea. This is for their benefit. This is entirely for their benefit. Me saying what I'm saying right now. Because they know who they are. They know. And many of you guys do too, as a matter of fact. I just like to let it be known that I know. So that's all that is. I'm not going to say anything bad about that person. I'm not going to say anything. I have no ill will towards this person. But anyway, so the Lindsay Clancy trial has reached a point where it is now, they're waiting for a verdict. Closing arguments were Friday and yesterday. Were they yesterday or this morning? Jesus Christ, man. I'm all fucked up. What's up, Scott? Homie. Yeah, see now, look. I just, it's not that serious. Like I said, I wanted to just throw it out there and say so that the person knows, they know who they are. And that's all I needed. That's all I wanted to do here. So yeah, I feel like the verdict is going to take a while. And I'm telling you, man, The more and more I think about this case, okay? The more and more I think about this case, man, yeah, and that bugs me because see, the thing is like I feel really strongly about this, and it bothers me that I have to pretty much kind of keep. The only reason that I'm gonna like not really go full on how I feel about it is because there's a fair argument that I have not watched all of the testimony. So you know, there's a fair argument there, but the longer, the more I think about this, I feel more and more strongly about my opinions in regards to the Lindsay Clancy situation, and you know, can't get past those three kids. You know, I just can't get past those three kids, and it bothers me that, you know, I feel in a way that there's a lot of people following this and have formed an opinion, because it's a Massachusetts local case. And we have kind of, in the last couple of years, almost subconsciously been conditioned to rooting for defense attorneys. Rooting for the defendant because of the attorneys is a better way to put it. Rooting for the defendant because we like the attorneys. This is something that I feel has been happening. And it's understandable, you know. We have kind of subconsciously conditioned ourselves to thinking Massachusetts Commonwealth in court bad, anybody taking them on good. I feel like that is kind of what's happening here, and on a lot of, and I'm not talking about the attorneys who have been paying close attention to the evidence and they formed their opinion. I'm not talking about them. I mean the hype is what I'm referring to. Because I can't imagine a jury just being able to get past the fact that three kids were murdered. I don't think that it's going to be easy for a jury to get past the fact of thinking about, okay, I love this. Okay. All first sign, everything's in all caps. Right there, you're telling me exactly the kind of person that you are. Absolutely irrational. So let's see what you say here. You sound like you are blaming Lindsay for what the public nut jobs are doing about this case. I want you to really think about what you sound like saying something that fucking retarded. I'm blaming Lindsay Clancy, the defendant, the one accused of murdering three of her children, strangling them each. How long does it take for a child to die from strangulation? How long does it take? I know you guys listened to the testimony. Somebody tell me in the chat. So couldn't have said it better. Couldn't have said it better. Now, here's the thing. as I said before, whatever happens. Now, I want to be also very candid and clear about another point here. I have learned, because of the Karen Reed case, I have learned, and because of the Turtle Boy case, I have learned to really, really appreciate all sides of the law. I've never dealt with a case and covered a case in real time in such depth where someone was clearly so innocent. I've never done that. That provided an incredibly new perspective for me. And I think that happened with a lot of people too. You know, I've never covered a case where I was rooting for the defense. Never. And let me see, Mazza here. I'm mentally anticipating 70. What's up, buddy? Sorry. Mentally anticipating 70% chance of not guilty, insanity, not criminally responsible. I'm at 30% chance hung jury. I'm 70-30 the other way. I'm 70-30 the other way. I think that, and this is, I'm going to give you guys my full opinion. I know I'm going to lose subs over this. This is not new. But I'm going to give you guys my full opinion. As I understand it, she never said to anybody that she was having homicidal thoughts, that she was thinking of hurting her children. Right? As I understand it, that never happened. I don't think she was set up, and her husband didn't do it either. The Patrick Clancy thing, y'all need to fucking stop, chill out. Like, everyone involved in this case is in agreement that Lindsay Clancy did this. Okay, she did more than once. Okay. She said it to Pat and her mom. Okay. And I think Patrick loves his kids too, very much so. I am not on board with any of you people who are blaming this dude for anything. Now, if she told her mother, someone should have intervened. Now, I'm not going to put blame on them because they didn't strangle her kids. But someone should have intervened. I have been to a point, this is no secret. I've been very candid about this, but I have been to a point to where I have reached my lowest and wanted to end my life. And I felt so guilty about not saying goodbye, and I kind of tried to do that. Someone kind of saw through what was happening, and I guess they just knew me, and they intervened, and they got a court order, and cops came and picked me up. This is standard. This happens. Now, why this didn't happen with Lindsay Clancy, I have no idea, and I think that that's a serious problem. But if she's thinking about doing these things, and then there's voices, you know, and then the voices just automatically stop when the act is done. You know, there's just a lot of things here. We're talking about, she took the time and excuse me for being so graphic here, but I feel like we're missing the fucking point. She took the time to strangle her own children, and 3 of them, each one by one. I can't believe in my heart. I just can't. Or even in my better sense, the wisdom that I've obtained from being on this planet and interacting with all shapes and sizes for a half a century. I cannot imagine that at no point before the 3rd child she could have stopped herself. I can't imagine that she couldn't have done that. I can't imagine that there wasn't a thought in her mind that could have told her, hey, you've got to stop this. These are your 3 children. No, I love this. And people are saying I sound dumb. I sound dumb. I love that. It's called psychosis. See, here's what I think. I think that this trial needed to happen. This crime most definitely did not need to happen. But this trial absolutely needed to happen. I think that Kevin Reddington was the right attorney to defend Lindsay Clancy. And I think that now that the case has already been argued, jury's in deliberations right now. Now that the case has already been argued, I feel like the good that needed to come from this trial has happened. The good that needed to come from this trial has happened. The issue of mental health, I would not go as far as to say it was premeditated. I wouldn't go as far as to say that. No, I don't believe that. I do believe it was impulsive. Dina, thank you so much. I suffered PPD for 2 weeks. It was awful. My mom had to come take care of me. Thank God I didn't want to harm my child. We need more care when it comes to women's health care during and after pregnancy. I completely agree. There's absolutely nothing about Dina's comment right there. And thank you, Dina. There's nothing about that comment that Dina left there that I disagree with. Nothing about it at all. I just simply don't believe Lindsay Clancy. That's where I'm at. I simply just don't believe her. Now, I think that what Kevin Reddington has done in defending her is exactly like I said, it needed to happen. Now the whole world is now talking about PPD, postpartum psychosis as well. The whole world is talking about it. And I think that was what needed to happen here. But what about these 3 kids' justice, right? Because at the end of the day, I feel like the fight to create more awareness for women's mental health, that has happened. That's one out of this case and what this case could provide. That has won. And I absolutely believe that there's going to be a lot of progress in that area because of this case. But I just I cannot wrap my head around the crime itself, how personal it was, how brutal it was, and then the so-called attempt at suicide following that. I just don't think it tracks with someone who is so depressed because she has this overwhelming love for her children and this overwhelming guilt over what had just happened. I don't believe her. I'm sorry, I don't. Her motive, pressure. I don't know. I don't know what her motive. I can't imagine what a motive for someone like this could be. For a crime like this, I can't imagine what a motive would be. Chris Watts' motive was that he wanted to be free of his family and be with Nicole Kessinger, right? Okay. I don't know. That's where I'm at. It's all it is. I think that, I think that bringing the whole feminism aspect into it is just irresponsible. I think it politicizes a real problem that doesn't need to be politicized. Because once you politicize it, then people start taking a side based on their political beliefs. And I think that that's dangerous when it comes to people's mental health or any type of well-being at all. Any type of medical well-being at all. I think it's really irresponsible to bring feminism into it. And I most definitely don't think that justice for 3 small children should take a back seat to feminism either. So, and I'm not saying anything negative about feminism. I'm saying that I don't think it has any place in this. I just don't. I think there's a lot of people out there who suffer from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, and they don't murder their kids. And I think it's a dangerous path to go by when we as a society start to make excuses for murdering 3 of your own small children or anybody's small children. Right. I mean, right. I these are the things that I can't just put aside because the rest of my whole community is leaning a certain way. I just can't do that. I'm not built like that. I'm just not built like that, man. And it is what it is. I realize, people are going to feel a certain way about me because I take this stance. And the thing is, again, like, I have nothing but the utmost respect for Kevin Reddington. Kevin Reddington's job. People, have we forgotten that a defense attorney's job is to create smoke and mirrors? A defense attorney's job is to come up with a defense, right? I think that this prosecutor was subpar at best. I mean, right. Kevin Reddington is a legend, you know? And he's not a legend for getting innocent people off. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not what he's a legend for. He's a legend for being a damn good defense attorney. You know what I'm saying? What do you mean he didn't have to come up with a defense? That's his job to come up with a defense. Like, you can't sit here and argue with me and call me ignorant or imply that I'm ignorant when you say things like that he didn't have to come up with a defense. Of course he had to come up with a defense. He's a defense attorney. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Say, I agree with you, although I do have empathy. Either way, she's not going free. She will be in the hospital for the rest of her life, most likely or possibly prison. I don't have a crystal ball. Right. And I stand by what I said before about this. I believe that whatever happens will be justice. This is exactly the kind of case. I stand by this statement as well. This is exactly the kind of case that our justice system was designed for. Something this difficult, something this challenging, something that this controversial. This is what our justice system is designed for. The rules of the justice system, the scales of justice. This is what it's about. Because she has a right to the best possible defense like anyone else. Absolutely. And if she gets acquitted, then that's justice. That's justice, in my opinion, because it was left up to the jury. I will not sit here and be like, you know, I'm not going to sit here and just be like, oh my God, you know, burn her, blah, 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 blah. No. I have learned and developed. I've learned so much about the law covering the stuff in Massachusetts for the last 3 years that I've come to respect all of it, like all of it. And I genuinely feel that in this case, she had the best possible defense. And even though I personally don't believe her, I feel as though it's justice. She got the best possible defense. And whatever happens here happens. You know, she's got to live in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. That counts for something, you know? I mean, that's something, you know, she's got to live with what she's done. No matter what, she's got to live with what she's done. And do I think that she feels remorse for it? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I just don't believe that at no point she could have stopped herself. I don't believe that. I believe that she could have stopped herself at some point. That's just something I believe in my heart. That's all. But I do believe that she feels remorse. I don't think that she's a sociopath or anything of that nature. I think that she has genuine, serious psychological problems. But and another thing that I can't get past is the attempted suicide, the superficial wounds, the direction in which she cut herself, the place on her arm in which she cut herself. What that feels like, jumping out of a 2-story window, what that feels like to me, what that feels like to me is the reality of what she did hit her, but she didn't want to die. She knew. She started thinking about the consequences, and she comes up with this way to, I don't think she counted on being paralyzed, but I think she counted on looking bruised and battered so that she could say, I have no idea. Because that's the only chance she has. Once, think about that. That is literally the only chance you have, is somehow coming up with an insanity defense after you have committed this horrible act. The only chance you have is to make yourself and put yourself in a victim situation with those children the best that you can. That's the only chance you have of getting away with it. Beyond that, I mean, what are you going to do? You're just going to sit there over their bodies? No. I said that I don't think she counted on being paralyzed. I don't think that she expected that to happen at all. But I do not believe that she expected to die. I do not believe that at all. I do not believe that she had any actual intention to die. I just don't believe it. That's where I'm at. How can you say I'm wrong about an opinion? Were you there? I wasn't there. I'm just saying that's just how I feel. I just simply don't believe her. That's all. Out of a 2-story window, dude, I don't buy it. And not the way she cut herself either, right beforehand. It just doesn't, I'm sorry. I'm just not there, man. I can't get on board with the rest of the community on this, dude. I just can't do it. I understand how this is going to make people feel about me, and that's okay. I feel no different about anyone else who's covering this and feels as passionate as they do. I understand why they do. But I simply stand by my opinion. But let's watch Reddington here. I watched a little bit of this earlier, and I cracked up over it. Because this is why I love Reddington. Only go forward.
Wow, that AC feels so good.
That's right. Shoes and all, just air conditioning.
Kevin, what do you think? I think I got my body gun.
Kevin, what does it mean to you?
What's that?
What did the jury ask?
The question.
Were they able to see the knife? Can you let him answer the question?
They just wanted to see the evidence, and the judge let them look at the evidence.
Which
would be
evidence did they try to see?
2 bags that have the pills in them in the bottles inside the bags, and the knife.
And
How do
those
you
were-
feel 24 hours after closing arguments?
Fine. It's Friday.
Happy it's Friday?
Confident yesterday, confident now?
What a sweetheart.
Yes, of course.
That's a brother.
No problem.
Kevin, you said you weren't confident yesterday. Confident today?
I said I know. I said I'm never confident.
Sorry, Kev. Prison MJ, thank you so much. Perfect examples what's happening in jury deliberations. No one is going to agree on all of this, and a hung jury isn't what we want. No, I agree. I don't think anyone else besides whatever. No loved ones of those children need to be going through another trial. So I don't want a hung jury either. I would rather she be found not guilty for the defense that she has presented. I would much rather that than a hung jury, if I'm being completely honest. Because again, I do think that she feels remorse. Everyone's in agreement that what will happen with her is that she will no longer, she has forfeited her right to live amongst society with the rest of us. She's forfeited that. We're all in agreement on that. I don't think anybody thinks that she should go free. So that's where I'm at is either one. You know, like I said, I trust the jury to make the right decision in this case. I have an opinion and I have a belief, but I'm not married to that belief. I'm not. I can accept. I have come to trust a jury in Massachusetts. I have come to trust that. And whatever their decision is, based on the evidence presented by the prosecution, based on the evidence presented by the defense, based on the defense for or the defense against that evidence by the prosecution, any of those things, all of those things, I believe that we have watched a true balance in the scale of justice here. And I think that the jury is going to do the right thing. And I hope they will. I hope they will. I don't want there to be a hung jury. I trust that and I trust mostly that what everyone wanted out of this, or at least what everyone claimed that they wanted out of this, that's happening. What everyone claimed that they wanted out of this is happening, which is awareness, women's mental health awareness. I mean, let's just be real. That's whether she's found guilty or innocent is not going to affect that. The world's talking about it. I feel like I'm being perfectly rational. I feel like I'm being perfectly rational. Like, I mean, I just, like, nobody, and it's not really a fair comparison, because I was going to say nobody really went there was never this much hype over the Chris Benoit situation. But the thing was, is Chris Benoit died. You know, he actually committed the act. So if there had been a trial, maybe if there had been a trial, there'd be this whole uproar at the time about men's mental health, right? Now, would there have been? Does anybody believe that there would have been? Maybe. That's where I'm at. Maybe. I don't know. But well, I can't do a poll based on gender. Like I can't do that. Like, I mean, anybody can vote and say, yeah, I'm a woman and vote. You know what I mean? I completely agree. Now, me, I have my, you know, and I'm not comparing myself to Lindsay Clancy or anybody with PPD. I'm not doing that, but I do struggle with general depression, and it sucks. It sucks real bad. I'll never talk about what I actually go through when it's kicking my ass publicly. Like, I'll never publicly talk about that. I mean, all I'll say is that it happens, but I'll never fully tell you what I go through. And it's a nightmare. It's crippling even at times. But I don't believe I just don't. I like, one thing you never have to worry about from me is me ever getting to that point again. Because I feel like I just don't think that therapy would help me at all. I've been through therapy and I feel like it does nothing. It does absolutely fucking nothing. But I found my own way of coping. I found my own way of managing my shit. Because the thing is like, if I, and yes, you know, doing the work. Now, going out and seeking help, that's also doing the work. Thank you, Dina. Men's Health got plenty of study. Y'all get the little blue pill for ED. Women heals has been brushed. I don't know about all that. I mean, yeah, we have a blue pill for ED. What does that have to do with mental health? That doesn't have anything to do with mental health. But and by the way, you benefit from that too. So stop it. Okay. Women benefit from the blue pill as well. That's kind of what it's for. It's kind of for making sure that the women get theirs. What else is it for? Walk around and go, hey, look. Look what I got in my pants. That's not what it's for at all. It's for you. So, sorry, Dina. I love you, but I'm gonna have to call that one out. 80% of suicides, is that true? Is that true that 80% of suicides are men? I mean, everything. Sure, dude. Fucking chemotherapy has a lot to do with a man's mental health or a woman's mental health too. You know what I mean? Don't give me that. Like, of course, there's always a psychological aspect to everything physical that's taking place in your life. Stop it. Prolonged boner syndrome. Okay, well, good for you, Loaded Hot. Congratulations, everybody. Let's hear it for Loaded Hot. No. Congratulations, my friend. Yeah. Yeah. Now, you guys got to understand, Scott is a 25-year New York City detective veteran. So these are things that he's seen firsthand. So I take his word. So yeah. Let's see what Kevin Reddington's saying here.
Inside the bags and the knife.
And
How do you feel 24 hours after closing arguments?
Fine. It's Friday.
Happy it's Friday?
Confident yesterday, confident now?
What a sweetheart. Yes, of course.
Thank you, brother.
No problem.
Kevin, you said you weren't confident.
I said I'm never confident.
Reddington is the coolest dude ever.
No problem.
Kevin, you said you weren't confident yesterday, confident today?
I said I'm never confident. I don't know what a jury's going to do, so I'm not going to
Right.
say, oh yeah, I'm confident. No, I have no idea. They worked at it for a long trial, and I have faith.
AJ would be standing there going, we are all absolutely confident that the jury is going to do the right thing. Like AJ would be doing that, then he would be doing that. Unless he would be doing that. Like, Reddington's the only one that's going, how the fuck do I know what the jury's going to do? What do you mean confident? I don't know what they're going to fucking do.
From the jury system.
How is Lindsay feeling going into the weekend?
Nervous, scared, beat down as usual.
Hey, what's the waiting like for her?
What's that?
What's the waiting like for her? It's got to be tough.
Like, I love how Reddington just doesn't suffer the press, but he deals with the press. By suffer, I mean, like, you just don't suffer fools. Everybody's got to deal with fools. You just don't have to suffer them, right? You just don't have to, like, deal with their bullshit. You can fucking shut them down. You can turn it around to where it entertains you. This is why this man is my hero when it comes to that shit. When it comes to dealing with the press, this dude is absolutely my hero. Every time I see how this guy, and I mean, the fact that he dealt with DePepe the way that he did was just absolutely beautiful.
Just waiting for something to
If
happen.
I took you and put you in a locked room and you were looking at the possibility of 3 consecutive life sentences, what would you feel like?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
No problem.
You see what I mean? He does not suffer. Like, if the press asks him a stupid question, if a reporter asks him a stupid fucking question, he's going to give him a sarcastic remark. He's going to let them know in his cool Kevin Reddington way that was a stupid fucking question. Well, how would you feel if you were in that situation? Now, a good reporter would have been like, well, none of us are in that situation, and that's why I'm asking you. Do you have any insight on that? But it's still a pretty stupid fucking question, because, like, what do you want me to say to that? Oh, she feels good. No, she doesn't. She's sitting in a fucking wheelchair after murdering her 3 kids, and now the fate of the rest of her life is what she's currently waiting on right now. What do you think that feels like? I don't fucking know. Ask me that shit.
Any concerns with the jury going home on the weekend looking at social media?
Again, jurors have been very, very focused. I think they listened to the judge, and the judge has been forceful in his instructions. So I have to believe that they're going to be fine.
But Kevin, the longer this goes, that bode well for you?
I've had him out for an hour. I've had him out for a week. I don't know. I don't know.
Why do you think they wanted to see the knife?
I could say I'll go in the room and I'll ask them and I'll report back to you. I don't know. You know? I don't have access to the jury room. What's that?
What do you read into that request?
The curb's coming, guys.
Curb's
Watch out
coming.
for the curb. Don't even tell them.
All
right. You've been looking out for me all week. Come on, give me a break.
guys.
Kevin Reddington, y'all. All right, what do you guys say we shift the mood a little bit? Okay, right? let's shift the mood a little bit. It's been a couple days, so I say let's go over that microdots video that he dropped the other day. He dropped one earlier today, I think, but we'll let that one marinate too. So this is, yeah. So stop what you're doing right now. Go give Microdots a like if you haven't already. Excuse me. I'll wait. All right. All right, let's check this out. Y'all ready for this?
On November 3rd, 2026, Adam Deitch defeats Joseph Pagliaro in the race for Norfolk County DA.
Okay.
The following day, Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin put in their resignations, along with analyst Colleen Crawford. Effective January 1. John Fanning, Nicholas Guareno, and nearly every other trooper hired by Michael Morrissey request new assignments, essentially cleaning the office of loyalists before the disgraced DA's term officially ends.
Before the disgraced DA's term officially ends. Love that shit.
Attorney Robert Cosgrove is released from service after Turtle Boy is found not guilty by a jury of his peers.
Just knowing that I had a world of supporters out here to have our back and that I'm completely innocent and that you never forgot that and you always stood by me. I can't thank you enough.
January 6, 2027. District Attorney Adam Deitch begins his administration by hiring new prosecutors, some selected from his former team, the same team that investigated Michael Morrissey's office for the U.S. Department of Justice. Then releases a pre-recorded statement to the media.
I've assembled a task force to review the actions of this office under my predecessor, Michael W. Morrissey.
Woo!
Right away, he rolls out his agenda.
The former Stoughton police officer charged with killing Sandra Birchmore. Matthew Farwell was already convicted last October by the DOJ for the murder, but now he faces state charges for the same crime.
This is awesome.
This comes as a direct result of newly elected District Attorney Adam Deitch's case review task force, which is currently re-examining hundreds of cases handled under former DA Michael W. Morrissey's administration. Mass State Police Detectives Matthew Dunn, John Fanning, and Nicholas Guarino are also under criminal investigation to determine if they broke the law by not investigating Farwell for the crime.
The investigation into the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe is now reopened. The Norfolk DA made the announcement this morning in an interview with WBZ's Christina Rex, stating that his office has already re-interviewed multiple witnesses and has received new information about the circumstances surrounding O'Keefe's death.
Breaking news just in. Former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor was arrested earlier this morning at his sister's home and will be arraigned later today in Dedham. The veteran state police trooper was terminated after the first Karen Reed trial and faced public backlash last year after dozens of racist, homophobic text messages were released in relation to the Miles King.
Bro, this might already be my favorite Micronauts video. Like, this is wild, dude. Like, this whole like glimpse into the future, the way that he did this is incredibly creative. It's such a simple idea, but it's so impactful depending on the delivery of it. It's amazing. Amazing.
Case. A source close to the investigation tells WBZ News that this arrest is directly related to Proctor's conduct in the Reed case and is a part of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office reopening of the investigation into Boston police officer John O'Keefe's death.
The arrest sends shockwaves through his entire network. All of a sudden, anyone with even a little criminal exposure is terrified because as cops, they know what's coming next. He'll be given an offer he cannot refuse. Become a witness or survive getting locked up with the animals you helped put away. Michael Proctor needs to make the biggest decision of his life.
Dude, the McAlberts have watched this, and if there was more than one McAlbert in the room, that room will never have a more overwhelming smell of shit because of the shit in their pants. Because this is exactly what would happen. I mean, it just makes perfect sense. I've said it 100 times. Proctor would be the first one to flip. Proctor would be the one. Proctor would be the first one. He would be the ultimate witness, too.
I'll tell him that this is his only chance to help himself and to think long and hard about what happens to people like him in jail. But he already knows, and it's something that's been in the back of his mind since 2023, when he first learned the FBI was looking into the case. But he never thought it would come to this, looking across the table at the man he used to be, while living the nightmare of the people he once investigated. For the very first time in his life, he truly regrets his actions on January 29th, 2022. They say, think about your kids. But it's the detective's last 7 words that really sink in.
Don't take the rap for them, Mike.
Don't do it, Chip.
But what's unique about this exercise
Don't do it,
is
Chip.
it doesn't have to be Michael Proctor sitting in that chair. He just seems the most likely candidate. We can swap the suspect out among many at our disposal, and the effect remains the same. The only requirement is that they can be charged for something they've done related to this case or not that carries a prison sentence, like manipulation of digital forensic evidence, or helping another cop cover up a murder by not investigating him. Matthew Farwell, facing the death penalty,
Lola.
has every incentive to trade information about the Birchmore cover-up. Or something as simple as perjury. It really could be anything, as long as it gives prosecutors a way in.
Right.
But hold on, wait a minute. If this many people know something, then why hasn't anyone already flipped? That is a legitimate question, and the answer is simple. The thing about flipping is nobody wants to do it. They only do it when put under serious pressure, and it becomes the only way out. That was never going to happen while Michael Morrissey was district attorney. But Adam Deitch is running on it.
as DA, and certainly in consultation with the members of Sandra Birchmore's family, the family members of a victim of a murder, if there were other crimes committed, they need to be investigated. They need to be prosecuted. And we shouldn't be waiting for the U.S. Attorney's Office to step in every time a serious crime is committed in Norfolk County.
Do you mean by the other officers involved with Sandra Birchmore?
If they did what they're alleged to have done, those are state crimes that need to be investigated and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Michael Morrissey and Greg Connor have done nothing for Sandra Birchmore or her family.
Nope.
If Adam Deitch hadn't stepped in while working for the U.S. Attorney's Office, Matthew Farwell would still be a cop.
Now, it's interesting because, like, that whole part where he's talking about how Michael Morrissey, his office, they didn't do anything for Sandra Birchmore or her family, and that's absolutely 100% true. I would go even further to say that Sandra Birchmore and her family were done dirt, and that's putting it nicely, by the Norfolk County DA's office, Canton Police Department. Really, really disgusting, really terrible what they did. Yeah, I mean, I am absolutely of the belief that the reason why Adam Deitch is running for Norfolk County DA is because of his involvement in the investigations into Michael Morrissey in the Norfolk County DA's office. Like, there was a change of administration in the U.S. Attorney's Office, and things got moved around, it seems like. And Adam Deitch didn't want to accept that. That's the way it comes off to me, and said, you know what? Well, the way to do anything about this is if I run for Norfolk County DA, and then I could prosecute the case locally. I can get handpicked. I could handpick a task force from the Massachusetts State Police or wherever, and we could start running a full-on investigation on everyone who may have had a hand in framing Karen Reed. But more importantly, murdering Boston police officer John O'Keefe. So, the fact of the matter is, the other side to the coin that Richie is pointing out here is that Adam Deitch is literally the only candidate running for Norfolk County DA that has actually done anything about Sandra Birchmore, that has actually done anything about the cover-up of the murder of Boston police officer John O'Keefe, as well as the murder of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. He is the only candidate that has done something. Think about that. None of the other candidates did that. You're just going to get more of the same. I think it's pretty. I don't see how Adam Deitch couldn't win this by a landslide.
Imagine being so moved by the local corruption you've investigated that you resign and run for DA to fix it from the inside.
Boom.
And the results come almost immediately. But why would it happen so fast? Because once he's elected, people who were too afraid to speak before finally feel safe enough to come forward with what they know. And he's up to speed, because Adam Deitch already ran these investigations. He holds facts the public has never heard. When he stepped into the DA's office, he didn't need an orientation. He already knew exactly which trees to shake. He wasn't picking up cold cases. He was shooting fish in a barrel.
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car?
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
You've likely heard this all before, but now that you know Adam Deitch was one of the agents in Jennifer's living room, imagine the scene from both of their perspectives. The two federal investigators are parked, possibly timing their arrival from her morning school drop-off so they could catch her in person. They see her pull into the driveway. She notices them too, watching her as she rolls past them. Panic escalates with each passing second. In every other instance until now, she's benefited from inside knowledge, pre-warnings about what's going to happen next, information shared by her friends and family in the Mass State Police and Canton Police. But now, she faces a confrontation, one that she is woefully unprepared for. She scrambles for any excuse to escape the threat.
And at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Not only did she lie to them about her identity, but she is almost certainly lying as she testifies under oath. These two agents cannot be mistaken for door-to-door salesmen, and from their perspective, there is no question they knew exactly who she was. We can also infer this by what Jackson says next.
They were still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
He's asking these questions based directly on a report written by the agents, which implies they saw through her deception and stayed right where they were. They noted that they called her almost immediately. Therefore, Jennifer knows full well they didn't leave and probably doesn't want to admit that she was monitoring them. They haven't even interviewed her yet, and she's already lied directly to their faces. The whole reason they're there is because they're suspicious of her actions on the night of the murder. And this is their first impression of Jen McCabe.
Because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions.
Look at this shit.
Said, can I come in and ask you questions? First, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest, I hadn't brushed my teeth.
And as you can see, she gets scattered and panics when forced to explain difficult parts of her story. So it's not hard to imagine how unhinged she was in the moment.
They then called you on the phone. At that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, and they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready.
We know, and Richie knows
that. This is the second red flag for the agents. Any investigator would...
Dude, haven't you ever seen a movie? Dude, things are done for dramatic effect. Calm down, JC Music Man.
Recognize her request for what it was, a stall tactic. You can almost see them sitting in their black SUV, marveling as they watch this woman try to outsmart the FBI. This is precisely why they showed up unannounced instead of calling ahead. It's because guilty suspects tend to react like cornered animals, and it's working perfectly on Jen.
Bro, look at that shit. Look at that shit, dude. Like, how does he come up with this shit? Like, how does he fucking think of this stuff? What is going on in the brain of Microdot's, bro? Like, like, what even is that? Is that just like wet clay? Like, oh my god, dude, Richie is a fucking brilliant genius.
Her routine morning has been thrown into pure chaos. And now she is scrambling to find out what's happening.
Right.
She has 10 minutes until the FBI is at the door. Let's go through each call she made in these crucial moments.
Yeah.
And consider what her motivation could have been.
Take us through it, Richie.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
The first call was to Matt, telling him to come home. This is what we'd expect anyone to do, whether they're hiding something or not. He was close by, returning in about 15 minutes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
Let's try to get inside Jen's head. I think she wanted to know if they'd spoken to Kerry, mostly to figure out if she was being singled out. Jen wants to be seen as Kerry's equal in this case, as just witnesses, who were both with Karen when they discovered John.
We had both lost our friend, Kerry Roberts. The two of us together.
She knows Kerry is completely innocent, so Jen would be alarmed if they came straight to interrogate her. If they'd reached out to Kerry too, that would ease her fears. Jen admits the reason she called was to see if they'd been there, and has her pre-scripted excuse spring-loaded and ready to go.
You also wanted to find out have these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if you enter a town, she's...
Miss McKay?
What Jen's trying to say is from the highway, you essentially need to drive south, past Kerry's home, to reach hers. This really would be a concerning indicator that the officials had a specific interest in interrogating her. It also points to Jen's consciousness of her own guilt.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
If she learned that they were coming straight to her, she'd have to be worried that she was about to get ambushed with some new piece of information they've unearthed. Plus, she knows how close Kerry is with the O'Keefes. If they've changed their minds about what happened to John, Kerry would be the first to know. One of Jen's top priorities has been to keep Peggy close.
Bro, that shit. Holy fucking shit, man. That shit is really, really dark, bro. This is some Kubrick looking shit. It is. Tell me this isn't like some fucking straight up like reminiscent Kubrick style. Like I don't think Kubrick would do something like this. I'm saying I feel like it's got that same vibe that Kubrick might have thought to do. You know what I mean? Like, which is a compliment to Richie. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is fucking out of control right here, dude. Like, you couldn't handle this fucking video on strong acid. It would fuck you up.
To lose her would put the McAlberts on an island all by themselves. And then, of course, there's getting the story straight. Jen could easily be spiraling over some crucial detail she needs Kerry to confirm, calling just to make sure their stories line up. We've seen evidence of coordination before.
John never went in the house. It wasn't a story. It was the truth. I believe I called it a butt dial.
Alan Jackson hammered her about this during his cross-examination.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them, so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe,
Mm-hmm.
you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth, right?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything. That's nothing more than that. I'm sorry.
Let her finish her answer.
Jen wants us to believe it was just a casual call, but the timing says otherwise. 5 calls, fired off in rapid succession. That isn't casual. She was scrambling for information and running out of time. That's why, when Kerry didn't pick up, Jen had to try Peggy O'Keefe next.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Jen glances over at Peggy O'Keefe. Jackson doesn't press her on the motive, but there's really only one.
Why does it look like when Jen glances over at Peggy O'Keefe, Peggy O'Keefe's like, yeah, I don't know. Don't be looking over at me. Don't be looking over at me.
One reason Jen would call her, she was testing the waters. She needed to know if the case had shifted, and if their relationship had shifted with it. If the feds were zeroing in on new suspects, Peggy might know. And if she sensed that Peggy was acting different towards her, Jen would know her world was about to collapse. Whether Peggy actually picked up is left unsaid, but I don't think she did, because Jen pivoted straight to another source of intel, her witness advocate.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works in the district attorney's
Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
The person Jen called performed some extraordinary services for the family. It's a matter of record that him and Adam Lally helped prepare them for the federal grand jury just 3 weeks before it convened, where lead prosecutor Adam Deitch and U.S. Attorney Josh Levy interrogated them as if they were the primary suspects, not Karen Reed.
No, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
Then why would they need to...
Dude, you know that fucking Microdot's like, you know, Richie will just like pause that shit like right then. You know what I'm saying? Like he finds the right pause to hit that shit, you know? Like right, he's like right there. That's where I'm going. Right there. Hold on. Let me get that little fucking smirk. Right there.
be coached before facing the feds. And what interest does the Norfolk DA have in doing it? Probably because the Commonwealth's entire narrative was so preposterous and fragile that a single unscripted answer could blow up the whole operation and earn them serious criminal charges. We know the advocate was loyal to them, because directly in front of the jury, he was shaking his head behind Jackson's back as he gave his closing statement. This isn't advocating, it's improperly influencing the jury. Whether Jen got through to her advocate, we do not know, but it doesn't really matter, because we have the benefit of knowing something Jen didn't at the time, and that is the Norfolk DA would be the last person in Massachusetts to know what the feds were up to, since him and his lawless CPAC unit were also persons of interest in the federal investigation.
You also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself,
Oof.
correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective.
Oh,
correct?
wait a second, guys.
Yeah. And on
I got to refresh. I'm sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. All right, here we go.
whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying.
This call was different than the others. It had nothing to do with asking if he knew anything about the feds coming to town, because if he did, she'd already know. The call to Brian could only have been made for one reason: to sound the alarm. Because in a full-blown crisis like this, Brian needs to be notified. He's the leader of the family. He's got his extensive law enforcement network to lean on. And just like Jen, he couldn't afford to get blindsided by federal agents grilling him on what really happened to John. She's almost out of time. Matt still hasn't arrived. He's driving as fast as humanly possible while frantically making calls of his own. He likely reached out to Brian first, even before Jen did, and word is spreading like wildfire, rippling through their inner circle, warning them all that the feds are making house calls. They're at Jen's door right now, and there's not even time left to brush her teeth.
There's not even time
now
to brush
keep
her
in
teeth.
mind what Jen's like under pressure. Perhaps this gives us insight into how nervous she was and how she answered questions when she sat down with the agents. This was a whole different world from her interviews with Michael Proctor. These men were after the truth, no matter where it led. It was just her alone across from two federal investigators, and lying to them comes with criminal charges.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable.
Matt McCabe shows up. Hey, what's going on, everybody?
With any further questioning, and you suspended the interview, correct?
Oh my God.
Matt comes home. The interview ends. Jen wasn't required to speak with them. She could have declined from the start, but she presumably believed that would look even more suspicious. So what changed? What made her suddenly end the interview? Was it the nature of the questions they were asking? Or was Jen having trouble keeping it straight?
It was actually text messages with my
I
daughters
was
that I
in a
deleted.
state of shock.
Do not recall deleting
Yes,
any
because Kerry
phone
Roberts
calls.
said a
I would have
statement.
no reason to
I
delete
was looking in the
anything.
back seat when we were
Wasn't
driving.
looking at the
I'm
lawn. I
confused.
do not recall. I thought I had.
Oh my
I
God.
truly thought I had.
That's what I
didn't
meant.
want it to leave our little circle.
It's reasonable to infer that Matt walked in, recognized the existential threat this posed, and ended the interview almost right away, suggesting that both the questions being asked and the answers Jen was blurting out were deeply problematic for their story. Whatever Jen's answers were, we know the agents left her home still suspicious, because their last question was a trap.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Which is why you
What on, Roddy?
And you told them that you had called Kerry Roberts before they interviewed you. They asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no.
Even after being told the interview was over, the agents remained focused on one thing: had Jen called anyone? And after she admitted she'd called Matt and Kerry, they asked if there was anyone else. If she'd genuinely forgotten the other 3 calls, that question would have jogged her memory. It's as if they knew she'd tried to contact Brian Albert and gave her the chance to correct her lie. But of course, she simply doubled down. This was not a casual conversation at a PTA meeting. This was a federal agent asking her a direct question.
Did you call anyone else?
No, I didn't make any other calls.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
If Jen just told the agents as they were leaving that she hadn't called anyone else, why in the world would Matt turn around the second the door closed and ask who she's spoken to? It's the exact same question. And it doesn't make sense unless he suspected or knew she was lying.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up? You remembered Matt and you remembered Kerry, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Let me ask you this. If you made 5 calls 30 minutes ago, which of them would be the most memorable? Jen provided the least conspicuous possible answer: Matt and Kerry. But we know she didn't speak to Kerry. Would you not remember the people you actually spoke to over the ones who didn't answer? And of those 3, I believe at the very least, she reached Brian, because I think Matt already called him from the car while Jen tried the others. Plus, Brian testified that he sleeps with his phone, so he doesn't miss an emergency call from his...
Holy shit, dude. He's just driving around.
Brian testified that he sleeps with his phone, so he doesn't miss an emergency call from his kids. Now Jackson asks her about ending the interview, and her answer reveals something very interesting, not only about this encounter, but about her future interactions with the feds.
You suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating.
Jen is quite pleased with her answer, but keep in mind she made that claim about 1.5 years before Adam Deitch came forward, back when she probably thought she'd never see nor hear from him again, never expecting the very person she insists she set straight would surface and contradict her entire narrative. I have no doubt she met with him several times to answer all of his questions. She didn't really have a choice. But what I don't believe, not for 1 second, is she cleared up any misconceptions. Or that doing so somehow led to the investigation coming to an end. She's insinuating that they were cleared of any wrongdoing by Deitch. But he does not strike me as a man who's changed his mind about anything.
Not even a fucking little bit, bro. Like, dude, for them to sit up there in that second trial and act like Adam Deitch was like, no, we're good. We're good. And then he's going to run for Norfolk County DA. Like, that is the move of a dude who was like, who got fucking railroaded by bureaucracy. Like, no other way about it. Like, shit way above his pay grade happened that he had no fucking control over, like a regime change in the White House. And he had no control over that shit. And so that's it. And so what does he do? He's like, fuck that. I'm running for Norfolk County DA. I can't just let this shit go. We were this close. All of the shit that we say, think about it. How many times did we sit around on this show? How many times, people, did we sit around on this very show and go, dude, I can't see how they could have just dropped this shit. The stuff that the FBI, the stuff that the U.S. attorney provided Karen Reed and her defense team with as evidence is so exculpatory. I don't see how they would not go and pursue things further, that they wouldn't investigate Michael Proctor more, that they wouldn't investigate the Alberts more, the Mick Alberts more. Think about it. Like, there was so much shit that came out that you were just like, oh my God, because it was provided by him, by his office, his investigators. Josh Levy, right? So we were all like, ooh. And then they just fucking went to town on the Sandra Birchmore thing. And we were like, yes, we can smell it. It's imminent. It's happening. It's just a matter of time. We all felt that way. The feds are coming. The feds are coming. The feds are coming. We kept on going on and on about it. And then what happened? Just a simple regime change took place. But then something that we never expected would happen. The one chance, because I mean, I remember sitting there, I was having drinks with Bettero, and I was like, is the federal investigation over? Is it done? That's it? And he was like, yeah. He's like, that's it. They're not coming. They're not coming. And I was like, fuck. Like, that's when it was real. I was like, fuck. And then what does this dude do? He goes and he runs for Norfolk County DA. You think that that's just because, I like it over there. No, it's because he started something. And he started something that showed him that there was so much dirty shit happening that it needed something to be done about it. Excuse me. I think I'm getting allergic to you, Drago. No. It's crazy. Like, he's running for Norfolk County DA. Norfolk County of all places. It's not like he grew up there. You know what I'm saying? This is a question of, he started something, he uncovered a lot, and he feels like there are people that are just going to get away with something that they shouldn't just get away with. There's a dead cop who's not getting justice. That's what his running for Norfolk County DA tells me, is that he feels this way. And maybe that's just me dreaming. Maybe that's just the idealist in me who, you know, maybe that's just 7-year-old me hoping that Superman is going to fly across the sky one day in front of me. You know? Maybe I'm just waiting for my cookies and milk to get eaten. Maybe I'm trying to come down the stairs and see that those cookies and milk aren't there. You know? I don't know.
In a case defined by wild twists, here's one no one saw coming. Jen McCabe never imagined that the lead federal agent she lied to in her driveway would become a leading candidate to replace Michael Morrissey as district attorney 5 years later. Her institutional protection officially gone, to be replaced by the actual person who ran the federal investigation and doesn't believe a word she says. Try to imagine the pure, agonizing dread that washed over those who really murdered John O'Keefe, whomever that may be. When they saw this,
it's not going to be a district attorney's office where John O'Keefe's family either doesn't know or hasn't gotten an answer from the DA's office for what happened. Or if the DA's office has utterly failed to provide justice, it needs to revisit that case and figure out what happened and have a dialogue with John O'Keefe's family about what the facts actually are.
Hell yeah, dude.
what
What'd
the
I
facts
say?
actually are. Between 12:18 and 12:50 a.m., Jen McCabe placed a cluster of rapid calls to John O'Keefe's phone as Karen Reed's SUV sat outside. Those calls were later forensically revealed to have been deleted from her device. Jen adamantly testified under cross-examination that she never deleted any calls and dismissed them as inadvertent butt dials.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed.
I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
Oh, yeah. That's real funny.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than.
Like, she thought it was funny, dude. Did you see that shit? Like, she thought it was funny because she knows how ridiculous the butt dial thing is. And she thinks that it's funny that she could say that shit without any consequences. Like, how do you know that that's not the truth? Like, you know it's not the truth, but how do you really know? So I get to say it. Butt dial. Like, it was really, really, really arrogant. It was really like scrubby, you know? Like rubbing it in. You know what I mean? Like, these people, they're drunk on the power that they think they have. But it's really funny because you see them scrambling. All of these emails that keep coming out are so much fun because we get to see now how much these people were scrambling before all this that we're watching here.
20 minutes.
I want you to think carefully.
Jesus, man.
About what's being proposed. Starting around the time John is fatally injured and dying on the cold floor.
Dude, that is the stuff of
Jen McCabe
nightmares,
calls him
bro.
7 times.
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
She was texting. Put her phone in her pocket. And inadvertently called him.
Yeah, that was a lot,
7
wasn't it?
Times. The problem with this excuse
If I saw that as a kid, it would have gave me nightmares.
is when you layer in Jen's texts with her calls, you can see they don't coincide. If she was accidentally calling him while texting, both should have occurred within seconds of each other. But they didn't. They're spread minutes apart.
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John.
These 3 calls and these do not even remotely fit Jen's explanation. These are the kinds of excuses suspects make when the evidence has them in a box. No logical explanation exists, and all that's left are absurd suggestions laced with self-serving denials. But that's only half of what you're expected to believe. Only these specific calls were missing from her log.
I
God
do
damn,
not
dude.
recall deleting any phone calls.
Between the 7 accidental calls and then their selective deletions, viewed through the lens of improbability, Jen is lying. But statistically winning Powerball once while John was dying isn't all you're asked to accept. They claim it happens again at 2:22 a.m. But this was only 2 unexplained accidental calls. How could that be as improbable as Jen's 7 butt dials? It's because this trick involves 2 people placing calls to each other within 17 seconds, then having an open line for 22 seconds before hanging up, while one was sleeping with his wife and the other was just asleep. These 2 events occurred in the hours after John was fatally injured, about 90 minutes apart. They did not happen last week, or last month, or at any time before or after the night John was killed. They happened while his brain was beginning to swell. Pressure was accumulating inside his skull, blood leaking through his fractures were
God
causing severe
damn.
bruising around his eyes, and his body was fighting
Holy
to keep him alive.
shit.
What a peculiar time for Jen, Brian, and Higgins.
What the fuck, man? This is really, really graphic. Wow. Necessary, but holy shit, totally caught me off guard. But fucking necessary. You need to fucking you need to understand what the fuck this man went through. And everybody's just brushing it off. And it's bullshit. It's bullshit. And that shit didn't happen from a fucking SUV. We already know it didn't happen from an SUV. And while we're looking at these disturbing images, there's a timeline being laid out of very, very, very disturbing pattern of phone calls taking place that are very, very conveniently or inconveniently timed.
To each experience impossibly low probability events together in a sliver of time so narrow, it's vanishingly small. I believe this exact exchange between Brian Albert and Higgins is the primary reason they would later destroy their phones. One line of questioning from Karen Reed's trial seems to perfectly illustrate how terrified they were of the federal investigation, while also exhibiting their comfort in Judge Cannoni's courtroom. Brian Albert was asked about his federal grand jury testimony, where he was being grilled by Adam Deitch and former U.S. Attorney Josh Levy.
You recall being asked, quote, "So it's just a coincidence that within minutes, hours, or days of you trading in your phone, that phone you had in January of 2022, that you were ordered to preserve it?" Answer, yes. Question, that's a coincidence? Answer, yes. Did you and Brian Higgins agree with each other that you were both going to get rid of your phones? You testified at the other hearing in June, quote, "I don't recall saying that I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that. You know, there's personal stuff on my personal phone. I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things," end quote. Remember testifying to that?
Yes. Imagine suddenly finding out that the FBI has been investigating you for close to a year. What makes this fascinating is that during the grand jury, Brian Albert didn't know what they had, So when they were pressing him on his conversations with Higgins, he had to answer, assuming they had wiretaps, and already knew the answer to every question they asked. I believe this is why he had to confess to them that he did have conversations with Higgins about their phones, and that they may have discussed getting rid of them. But as you'll see, in this hearing, he refuses to concede and tries to backtrack, because the prosecution had access to the same federal documents as the defense, so he didn't have to worry about being confronted with any surprises.
So you're not ruling out the fact that you may have told Brian Higgins that you intended to get rid of your phone. You're not ruling out the fact that Brian Higgins may have told you that he intended to get rid of his phone.
No, I don't remember him saying that to me.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he was going to get rid of his phone or not. You testified to that, didn't you?
Yeah, I have no idea what he was going to do.
I'm asking, are those your words? Did you testify to that under oath?
Yes, although I don't know the context of the time that they were asking that question.
June of 2020.
No, not the date of the hearing, but when they were asking if and when that conversation took place.
Does it really matter when it took place?
I think so, yeah.
He's like, that's somebody trying to play fucking games right there. He's trying to play games with AJ. He's trying to play tennis. He's volleying. He's saying, yeah, but I think that the time, the context of the time of what they were talking about. Like, were those your words or not? Like, did you say that shit or not? Right?
Yes.
Well, you talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of your phones.
Right?
When do you think you had that conversation?
I don't think I talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of.
So you have this conversation. You just said that you had this conversation. You think it matters when you were conspiring, as long as it was after the death of John O'Keefe, you were conspiring to get rid of your phones or destroy your phones, especially right after you were ordered to keep them and not do that?
My phones.
Well, you just said you can't rule out the fact that you had conversations with Brian Higgins about your phones and possibly getting rid of your phones, right?
No, I don't think that's what I said.
You two discussed the fact that you both wanted to get rid of your phones.
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins at all.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones, sir. Correct?
Correct that that's what you're reading.
So if you're having conversations with Brian Higgins about the phones, what the heck were you talking about?
I don't know the timing of when they asked when those conversations were.
Mr. Albert,
So
I'm leaving it open to you. I don't care when it was. I'm asking you, have you ever had a conversation with Brian Higgins about your phones, respectively?
we may have, I can't remember that conversation specifically.
Then why in June of 2023 did you testify, I know there were conversations about the phones with Brian Higgins, end quote?
I'm not sure of the context of that.
So now you just can't remember.
No, I don't think I could remember during that testimony either. I think if you read the whole thing, I think I said I'm not sure, I don't remember.
Your quote was, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he said he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote.
Right.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So now as you see.
So, I mean, like, come on, dude. And the fact that he's acting the way he is about it. Because if that was innocent, then he could have been like, well, we were talking about something else. He could have came up with some other story. Like, well, we were talking about something that was completely unrelated, had nothing to do with what we were talking about, or had nothing to do with John O'Keefe. It was completely unrelated. I think we were talking about getting new phones. And he asked me what my carrier was. Like, they hang out together. Like, you can't just fucking act like you guys were going to thinking about getting new phones. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many little fucking ways that they could have came up with. But Brian Albert doesn't like the fact that AJ has him in a position to where he's bent over. Because Brian Albert's ego can't handle that because he's a fucking tough guy. He's fucking too much of a tough guy. This little fucking pretty boy from Hollywood is going to stand there in his fucking $2,000 suit or $3,000 suit fucking telling me what I said. Like, that's what's happening here. And he can't handle it. And AJ knows it. See, this is the brilliance of AJ. See, most people, they look at AJ and they listen to him and they hear him argue and they're just like, yeah, go AJ. But what he's doing, he's also doing exactly what he's getting Brian Albert to do exactly what Brian Albert is now doing. Playing fucking games. He wants Brian Albert to try to play games with him. He wants Brian Albert to have a pissing contest with him. And he wants the jury to see it. Because that is not someone who is trying to convey the truth. That's somebody who doesn't like the fact that a fucking well-groomed Hollywood lawyer is standing there telling him what's what. Putting a mirror in front of his face. He just doesn't fucking like it.
Here, and you answer my question. Did you and Brian Higgins have a conversation about your phones?
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins.
You heard AJ? Fuck. He was like, like, so you don't remember having that conversation. Like, why didn't you just say that in the first place when he told you, when he repeated the quote?
And that, right there, is the difference between facing a federal grand jury with agents ready to indict you versus sitting beside a judge under a DA you know never will.
Exactly.
Proctor was forced to turn over a relatively new personal cell phone, and cloud storage for that cell number included at least a decade of text messages.
What on earth is going on in Norfolk County? Somebody needs to do something.
The Massachusetts State Police continued to assign former Detective Michael Proctor new cases after learning of his profane text messages.
He's racist. He
says
horrific things about black and brown people.
The latest allegations against Proctor and former Canton Police Sergeant Sean Good also making waves in the race to replace Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey, in whose office Proctor served.
Full car accident. Get on it. Just happened.
Michael Morrissey should resign effective immediately his position as district attorney.
That should take your time. I saw was involved, so I wouldn't rush if you're working. Let them die.
He remained on full duty as a detective and assigned new cases after he told his then bosses what the feds had on him.
America sucks. Hitler was really onto something.
I'm a former federal prosecutor. I specialize in
Jesus,
public
dude.
corruption cases.
Sergeant Sean Good submitted his resignation effective yesterday.
Proctor used such language for years and even discussed planting evidence.
Literally shove a nightstick up the plant a bag of coke on him and just be like, you going in?
Some of my closest friends are in the U.S. Attorney's Office. I count some of my former colleagues among my strongest supporters. I consider the current U.S. Attorney to be a good friend.
Why are we protecting former Trooper Proctor? If he's a racist person, then everybody should know. It should be transparent.
Well, the allegations are serious.
They are among the most appalling, horrific messages that I have ever seen in my life. I do not trust
I
Michael
agree.
Morrissey.
God
Please
damn.
vote for Adam Deitch in the September 1st primary.
Hell yeah.
This is our only chance to ever get justice for John O'Keefe and Sandra Birchmore.
That's right.
The videos will never stop.
It's
to
the only
support
chance.
them, become a $5 member at patreon.com/microdots.
Patreon. Join
and visit our
Patreon,
store
bro.
at
Do that.
dropmicrodots.com.
We're
my bad.
receiving reports that federal and state police are conducting raids at multiple locations in Norfolk County. This cell phone video was sent to us just moments ago, and it comes from a resident at the Canton Woods Apartments in Canton. This is footage coming in from the WCBB Sky 5 helicopter over Cape Cod from the location of another raid of a private residence. I'm being told that all of this activity we're seeing is the result of a new set of indictments related to the reopening of the investigation into Boston police officer John O'Keefe's death. O'Keefe was found on the lawn of fellow Boston police officer Brian Albert in January of 2022. We'll provide updates on this story throughout the morning.
Hell yeah. Amazing. Fucking Richie, man. Fucking Richie, man. Now check this out. Like I gotta do this before anything. Like homie is coming up, bro. You know who's working hard, bro? You know who's working hard right now?
Hi, how are you? Good.
So you have a date
The 14th for Trooper Proctor to show up.
and what is your thought on that in terms of him actually coming in?
Well, we're going to notify his lawyer that he's been ordered to be here, and then we'll see what happens from whether or not he's going to comply with the court order.
In terms of the recordings that you wanted to play, can you talk about them?
I can talk about the recordings. They were some audio recordings that he had left on a group chat that he was involved in that entailed racist comments and jokes that he had with his friends. One of them was the comment where he said, slow roll it to an accident because it involves a black person. So what I wanted to do with that information is ask this witness, as the prosecutor in the case, had he known that Proctor held those views, would he have kept Proctor on the case? But the judge indicated that because this witness said he didn't know about these, that I couldn't ask this witness, I have to do it through my expert, which we intend to do.
Will you need a subpoena for Proctor on the 14th, Rosemary?
No, Proctor has actually already been subpoenaed. He was recognized to appear the last time he was here, so we just need to notify his lawyer of the date.
And you mentioned that your expert will be testifying at trial whether Proctor takes the stand or not.
Yes.
Is that to make sure that these texts are
Well,
brought
that's
up?
to be able to make sure in the record there is some documentation as to what the texts actually have, what the photos are, what the voicemails are, what the emails are, and how they would have affected a person's ability to do an independent investigation. Because it's our position that once you read these, there's no way that you could ever come to a conclusion that you could have this type of explicit bias against black and brown people, where you've dehumanized them at every turn, and then you turn around and do an independent investigation that anybody should rely on. We're saying that it's completely unreliable and that it should be thrown out from the very beginning, and that's why we're asking that the case get dismissed.
So that was a question that Grande himself, Grant Smith Ellis, Tal, asked Rosemary Capiccio. He totally kicked ass right here because, like, that one question right there just got you a hell of a lot of information. She basically just explained, like, this is how we're making sure that those text messages get recognized. This is how we make sure that it is well known how Michael Proctor feels about people who are not white. This is how we make sure that happens. So well done, Grant. Well done, sir.
Options for trying to fight coming to court.
Now stop what you're doing right now. Go give Grant a like. Make sure to subscribe to Grant too. Don't let the fan that's going in his background there distract you too much. He'll give you a wrench. Most likely. Everybody's a wrench on Grant's channel. But yeah, go give Grant a like. Here's the link. I'll wait. Stop what you're doing right now. Go give Grant a like. I appreciate you guys taking the time to do that.
What are his options?
Does he have? Can his lawyer come in? And
his lawyer can file whatever his lawyer
try
wants to
squash
file,
the-
but right at this point, he's a witness in this case. Our whole second supplemental motion to dismiss is about his racism. So the court has said he's relevant to these proceedings, and the court wants to find out whether or not he intends on invoking any type of Fifth Amendment privilege to prevent him from testifying in these proceedings.
Rosemary, where does this Fifth Amendment issue come from?
That's up to him. I don't see a Fifth Amendment. I don't know that he has a Fifth Amendment. My understanding is in the civil case, he was asked questions in the civil case of Karen Reed, and he did not invoke his Fifth Amendment. So, he can't selectively invoke. He can't invoke in the civil case and not invoke or try to invoke in the criminal case. That's not a thing. Any other questions I can answer for you?
Thank you,
Thank you
Rosemary.
so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
That was great. Grant fucking killed it, dude. Way to go, Grant. Hell yeah. Oh, wait. All right. All right, folks. Let's see what give you guys a chance to ream me out over my Lindsay Clancy opinions. Phone lines are open. Yeah, I still have it. I still have to watch. What is it? Trial 1 or something like that?
Call from
Donald.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Donald, Mr. Donald from Worcester.
Donald from Worcester. How we doing, my man?
I'm fine. How about you, sir?
Doing good. Doing good.
The Lindsay Clancy thing.
Okay.
A lot of thoughts about that.
Okay.
Aiden had on his bus stop live this morning. He made a great point. Like, what if Lindsay killed some other family's children, claiming mental defect?
Right.
We'd all be like, scumbag, 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 or wait to hear from him. But it's so hard because it's her own children. So you have some feeling and compassion for her, but man, it just I guess you have to. Like we said the other day, the prosecution, I believe, just if they had just come in with facts, maybe even less emotion, and just laid it out, it'd be a better case.
Yeah,
but they kind of like. I wasn't happy the way they did it, but then again, you have a wonderful, seemingly wonderful mother, wife, family life, and all of a sudden, no. But then again, one at a time, takes seconds of lining them up to kill them. Oh, it's just
yeah. It's
It's
such a brutal and. I can't get past that. I just
right.
I can't.
I mean, in my lifetime, and in my personal life, and as you had said too, in your personal life, there's issues and emotions that we've had. I've seen people snap in an instant that wasn't the human being that I knew. But then again, you have your 3 children. At some point, you have, because we're thinking normally.
See, here's. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Don,
right.
but
no, go ahead.
I got to address this comment. So this person's saying, it's so sad. I know postpartum depression and psychosis is real. It's so sad, but true. I want to be very clear about something. I'm not saying that that's what you're saying, Kim, but I want to be very clear just in case anybody is misunderstanding me. I'm not denying postpartum psychosis or depression. I'm not denying that at all. I'm questioning whether or not it is an excuse to murder your children. That is it. That's it. I'm questioning whether or not it is an excuse to do that.
So I think I agree 100%. And I guess the question is that we both have is, for that instant that it happened, why? I will probably never know what was in her mind. Why? But I mean, in my personal experience, years later, I found out about some postpartum that was occurring. Thank God nothing terrible happened, but it's you have to, I guess, as rational people that we are, we have to take the facts that they are. And Mr. Reddington's doing his job, because that's his job, to defend her.
Yeah.
And try and piece it together. And it's just, but then like I said, Aiden had a great point that I didn't think of. Somebody like the young girl, I think she was from the Ukraine, who was on the train in New York that got stabbed in the throat by this crazy person. Okay, he's evil. Send him to the electric chair, or is he mentally unstable and we should have compassion? I guess it's perspective.
Yeah, I have no doubt that Lindsay was going through it.
Yep.
My question is whether or not it is an excuse to murder your children, A, or B, if there's still a factor of no point during the act did she have a voice in her head to tell her to stop.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I just find that difficult to believe that 3 children that she loves, that she feeds every day, that, that there was nothing there that was there to stop her.
Exactly. And it wasn't a quick kill.
Jody 617. I'm saying I question whether or not I think it was there. I'm saying I don't believe that she listened to it. I think that she just let her emotions get the best of her and just did whatever she was doing for whatever lack of logic that she had, and then realized the consequences of her actions after the fact, and then did this thing that she ended up paralyzed. But I don't think that it was a full-on actual attempt to
I think I mentioned that
kill herself.
Yeah. After she realized what she did, that's when she may have went into because I've had people that in an instant jump out of cars when they realized what they did. And crazy things. But after the incident,
sure.
I mean, I myself, I found myself in 2 situations where, I was getting attacked by a guy with a knife, and I could have put my gun to his head and blown him off, but I realized how that would have looked. It's like slow motion took place. I'm like, we'll just keep fighting, and I won. And it was another instance where I could have ripped the guy's throat out like Dwayne Johnson did, and I stopped and didn't. But it was you thought about it and like, okay, slow down. But I God bless her, because the medications too, God knows, who knows. But I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, no, I think I think that she this wasn't any attempt that she made on her own life after the fact was out of fear of consequence, in my personal opinion. That's what I believe.
I'm going to lean that way as well.
Yeah,
a panic and like, what did I do? And
right,
and then Richie from Microdots. Holy smokes, man! I got chills going up my
yeah,
that guy.
Yeah, he's amazing.
I hope these. If only it's true. If only he's predicting the truth, that'd be great.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is, and I know Richie pretty well. I'm proud to say, like I've gotten to know a few people in this community, and I'm blessed to have Richie be one of them. And he genuinely believes. Excuse me. He genuinely believes in Adam Deitch. He genuinely believes in what he's putting in these videos. And it's really he's the passion is genuine. It's real for sure.
Well, I believe in the truth, but like you said, why would Adam quit everything else to go and join and try and win this? Because he knows,
right? Yeah, he's I think it's eating him alive that these people are possibly going to get away with murder and covering it up.
And like I put in your chat. Oh, by the way, BLT, I'm sorry that people are chatting with each other, but that's what you do in chat.
Yeah.
But it's if God willing, Adam wins, you are going to see flipping. In my humble opinion, and the first one that flips gets the best deal.
Yeah.
And anyways, I got my VIP tickets for the show.
Right on.
In October.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can see you there. I'll buy you a cocktail, but like I said, no red sangrias because Tyrannosaurus Rex comes out.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right, my friend. Great show again tonight, and thanks for keeping me up late again.
All right. Thanks, Donald. Appreciate you, bud.
See you, brother. Bye.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, well, it's Ajira.
Hi, Ajira.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Excellent. I'm glad I was able to catch you because I guess I'm on the opposite end where I'm having a hard time how anyone couldn't understand being in that headspace of where you have no control over your body and you're in a psychotic break. Like, to me, it's such a horrible, horrible thing, but I feel like nobody is suffering and more regretful and hates themselves more than she probably does, if that makes sense.
See, I don't want to hear this. Not what you're saying. This comment here, Will, that proves her psychosis. Nothing proves her psychosis. First of all, stop it.
Well,
she had to have a psychotic break to kill her babies that she loved. How do you know?
No, she
What do you
clearly
mean?
would not have done that. She clearly loved her children.
Well,
she didn't want to kill them.
You don't know. You don't know. That's my point.
I know that women.
You can't just sit there and say that the only way that somebody could murder their own children,
unless you're a sociopath.
No, she's saying the only way you can murder your own children is unless you have a psychotic break. Huh? That's not true.
No.
That's not true at all.
No. I'm saying the only way a loving, attentive, present mother, a good mother, like everyone testified that she was a great mom. Lindsay was a freaking labor and delivery nurse. She wrote extensively in her journal about how she wanted more kids.
I mean, I get it. I understand. I'm saying that I think that incredibly dangerous. Every single family annihilator.
But that's the thing. Not
Hold on.
Okay, you're right. You're right. Go ahead.
Every single family annihilator comes up with this same defense. Am I wrong?
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they
Most
do.
family annihilators are men,
No.
and men don't suffer from PP. Yes.
Any woman who ends up killing her own kids or killing a kid that lives with them, they always go with the whole psychosis thing. And it never works. In this case, it did because she has a history of mental health illness.
Well, we don't know. We don't know.
I get it, but my issue is there should have been things that, and I think we're all in agreement here, but people should have intervened here and kept those children from her. But I think that people are saying that she was having thoughts of this in the first place, and yet nobody did anything about it.
Exactly. And that's part of the problem.
But
is how she was so failed.
But the thing is, think about every other person who is checked into a mental institution themselves. They're not committed. They go, hey, I'm having these thoughts and I need to admit myself in this because I don't feel safe around my own children. Why didn't she do that?
She did several times.
Okay, so she went to a hospital, checked herself in, saying that I am thinking about murdering my children.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay, what I'm asking, but that's very important. That's very important. Did she specify that she was thinking about hurting her children?
None of us know because none of us were there. But my point is, it takes a lot to check yourself.
But that matters. That's important. Because if she had these thoughts and she did not properly report them, that's on her. She's an adult.
She did, and it was testified to.
You just said you don't know if she said that or not.
I'm saying none of us know every single thing that was said in every single place. But yes, it was testified to that she verbalized her dark thoughts and she was worried about hurting the kids.
Okay, right.
But
well, then
I want to make a point to you.
Then she should have been separated from those children at that point.
Yes.
Period.
I think we all agree on that.
But I mean, why wouldn't she make it a point to separate herself from those kids? Why wouldn't she say, "Hey, I have to go. I'm thinking about hurting these kids."
Why would you ask the woman who is spiraling into psychosis to be responsible for that?
Why? I mean,
when she's doing everything she can.
Because you're telling me on one side of your mouth that she was doing that, and now you're asking me you're telling me how can I expect her to?
That's my point, though.
So,
it's like you have the woman spiraling into psychosis, doing everything she can, checking herself into mental institutions on New Year's Eve. Begging for help.
Okay,
freaking out.
All of that, I understand that, and I feel like she was failed. Sure, I feel like she was failed. Sure, but what I'm saying is, why didn't she? If she was having thoughts, if she is such a loving mother, stop for a second. Let me finish. If she was having thoughts of hurting her children, then she should have been, if she said, hey, going to somebody and saying, I'm having thoughts of hurting my children. And then somebody goes, I don't believe you. And I'm turning you away, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to help you. If that was the case, then what she should have simply done is gone, hey, honey, Patrick, I'm packing a bag and I'm leaving. Because
you're describing a sane person being aware of an insane mind and doing what a sane person would do.
No, you're contradicting yourself.
No, I don't think I'm explaining it right.
You're saying that she did take precautions by reporting.
She didn't know that she was going to hurt her children. No one knows that.
Okay, so
we can have this conversation in circles all night long, and I don't want to do that because I think we both agree on mass majority of the situation when it comes to that. I think the details
she called a hotline
are nuanced.
If she called a hotline and she felt that her psychosis could be a danger to her own children,
you're good friends with Kevin Reddington. I think you should talk to him about it. Maybe he can explain it better. But one thing I really wanted to say to you, about your lack of belief in her suicide attempt. She died twice in the hospital.
Okay.
It was not, when they use the word superficial, referring to wounds, that is a medical term. It's not a severity term. She died twice in the hospital.
Okay.
And she would have died.
Yeah.
If Patrick hadn't gotten there when he had.
Her 3
I'm
kids
just
died
saying.
once.
Right.
And they're not coming back.
She wanted to die. And she wants to die now.
I don't think that.
I'm just trying to correct the facts. She was not. It was not a fake suicide attempt. That's all.
Okay. I mean, we agree to disagree.
Well, I mean, if you died twice, but you're brought back because you haven't signed a.
I don't think
do not resuscitate.
I don't think anybody genuinely believes. I don't think that if she really thought, this is where I get hung up, because I believe that if she honestly thought that a 2-story fall would be fatal, if she thought that.
No.
If she
of course she wouldn't, because
what do you
she's
mean?
Not in her mind.
You just said
she's
she
not
did.
in her right mind.
Oh,
right,
well then,
my
okay,
point.
she's not in her right mind. Right. So
you're not listening. You're not doing things that are logical.
I'm not. You're telling me that.
Well, you like movies, right?
Her suicide attempt was genuine because she coded twice, is what you're saying. I understand that. And now you're saying she couldn't have actually really tried to kill herself because she wasn't in her right mind.
I said the reason she didn't say this isn't high enough is because she's not in her right mind.
But
that was my point.
But she did know, not in her right mind. Not in her right mind, how long it would take to wrap an exercise band around each of her 3 children until they died.
5 seconds. 5 seconds each. Per Dr. La Posada. My point is, you love movies. I love movies. And I've been trying to find a way to...
Why didn't she throw the kids out the window?
Because... who knows? That's like, why does an insane person turn left instead of right?
Well, that's a great defense, because that could apply to anybody who does something that seems completely and totally ridiculous.
It can't apply to anyone.
Of course it can. Of course. I could just say, the reason why I did something so stupid as to call 911 on myself after I shot someone was because I wasn't in the right mind. So I should be found not guilty, right?
No, that's not okay. First of all, there's a big difference between not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental defect or whatever. Those are 2 different things. Now, my point is, I'm trying to find a way to analogize the situation to people who feel the way you do. And I understand why you feel the way you do. And I don't like the male-female thing. It annoys me. But...
It annoys me too.
It really does. It's so annoying because I think the thing that people don't understand is being in like postpartum psychosis is not the same as being in like schizophrenic psychosis. It's an onset, temporary psychotic break that you have because of the hormonal imbalance after having kids. And it happens to a lot of women. And a lot of women don't kill their kids, but they think about it and they have visions of it happening. It's really scary shit. And no one talks about it. But my point is...
I understand this more than you'll ever know. I do understand this more than you'll ever know.
And I feel like
but I do not believe that it is an excuse to hurt others, especially children.
It's not an excuse, and that's my point.
Well, it is being used as an excuse if she's using it to try to not go to jail over it. What do you mean? It's a defense that's being on trial for it. What are you talking about?
What do you think happens to women who are in wheelchairs that are young and pretty in a psychiatric facility. What do you think is going to happen to her in there?
What do you mean? I don't know.
Those places are sometimes worse than jail.
Yeah, okay. And I'm saying,
And there's bad people that work in those places. We all know.
I'm saying that it's no matter what happens, I think we're all in agreement. It kind of sounds like you might feel different, but I think we're all in agreement now that she's forfeited her right to live among society with the rest of us. You can't take the chance on somebody
She doesn't even want to be
capable.
alive.
Well,
She doesn't want to be in society. She wants to be off
okay.
this mortal coil. But really quickly,
Okay.
before I lose the thought, I was telling you I've been trying to find a way to like analogize the situation. And it's really hard because you can't use the like,
Bro,
when you've been blackout drunk thing.
I can't with this logic right here. I
So
can't with this.
you know the movie Memento?
Yeah, very well.
Right. So Guy Pearce. Imagine it being like a bad dream. Like, have you ever had a nightmare where you wake up and you don't know what's reality for a minute? Like, just think about that happening when you're totally normal in the middle of the day, out of nowhere, and you have the worst nightmare of your life. And you wake up and you are told you killed your children. I think that's horrifying.
I think it's really, really sweet how empathetic you are about this. I wish I was, and I'm not being sarcastic at all, because I can see how much this emotionally affects you as much as it does.
It just,
And
I feel bad.
And
for them.
I want to apologize for the heated exchange. Because I could see
You don't need to apologize.
I could see that you're very emotional about it. But the idea just angers me.
I know it makes everybody angry.
And I think it's very dangerous. I think it's very dangerous when I see a whole bunch of people holding their children, making TikTok videos saying, "I am Lindsay Clancy."
Yeah,
That's
I've heard about that,
disgusting.
and I haven't seen any of that, so I can't speak to it.
But the thing is this is now this.
I think
I
you
think
also
we're
have to understand, though, Will.
I think we're declining as a society if we're making excuses for people who murder children.
I think we need to recalibrate the concept of an excuse as to acknowledging a serious medical condition. It's not an excuse if it's real.
It is an excuse. If it's real, then it's an excuse. If it's real and it's what caused her to do what she did, and she had no control at all, then then that literally
If
makes
you
it
have
an
no
excuse.
control, it is a defense. It's not an excuse. It's a defense.
The defense
And
is an
it
excuse.
and she doesn't get to go home.
Okay, but I mean, we know that.
I'm just saying, like, this has been happening for centuries, and women's health is not taken seriously.
Oh my God.
And I understand why a lot of people feel very strongly. Like, I really do. And sorry,
Okay, you're saying women's. You said you didn't want to make this about men and women, and you hated that, but you keep bringing up women's mental health.
I'm just bringing up a fact. It's still not in the DSM. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. And if you watch the trial, you know what I'm talking about. It's just, I think Samantha Beningo does a really good job of breaking it down from a clinical perspective. And I think she's really smart. And I'm not saying it's okay that she killed her children. No one thinks that. It's awful. It's so sad.
And I'm not saying that people are saying that it's okay that she did that. I'm saying that people are possibly setting a dangerous precedent here.
Well,
and
you say that as though you're afraid that Now, if she is found not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, that opens the floodgates for all of these illegitimate defenses.
Sure.
And I just
Yeah.
don't think that's logical based on the evidence.
How is that not logical? I mean,
Because in order
you don't
just get to use that as a defense.
You think you think some woman who decided she didn't want to be a mom anymore and kills her kids is going to sit there and meticulously think about the evidence that you're talking about right now? No, they're just going to be like, hey, it worked for her, I'm going to do it.
Just like in Karen Reed, dude. Karen Reed couldn't even use third-party defense. Like, you don't get to pick whatever defense you want. It has to be approved, and there has to be facts to support your defense. So you can try, but it is very rare,
dude,
that it's even allowed.
Letitia Stout used
that bitch is a fucking monster,
right? But she used the same defense. Well, not PPD or PPP.
I was going to say no, she couldn't have.
But she used the defense of I heard voices.
That's different.
Personality dissociative personality disorder.
But that's a different diagnosis.
I understand it's a different diagnosis. I'm not saying that.
That's not the same as this case.
What I'm saying though is that
people try all the time.
She got sick of the situation she was in, killed this kid, poor Gannon.
No, she's a monster.
Ma'am, I keep raising
what she did to Gannon is disgusting.
I'm trying not to raise my voice because my chat gets mad at me when I do. But the reason why I keep raising my voice is because you continue to interrupt me. So
I'm sorry. I'm bad about that because I just get like.
I'm trying
really
not to be rude to you. So please.
I apologize for interrupting you. Well, go ahead.
So my point being is, this is a person who got sick of the situation that she was in, and then brutally murdered Gannon, and then tried to get away with it by saying, wait, what? Dissociative personality disorder. A voice told me to do it. One minute I was here, the next minute I was over there.
But that was like her fifth excuse.
Well, sure, we know that.
At first,
right?
First it was this. First it was the guy that kidnapped her.
But PPD, because she was suffering from PPD. Now,
but she wasn't.
Well, no, I'm talking about Lindsay Clancy. So now because Lindsay Clancy was suffering from PPD, because it's PPD, because it's a woman's thing, then we all have to understand, and we have to be Lindsay Clancy, and we have to see it from her perspective and understand where she's coming from. But I just don't buy it. Sorry, I don't.
That's okay. I just want to say, I understand why you feel the way you do. I really do. And I'm genuinely saying that. My whole point of wanting to talk to you about this is because I feel like there's a puzzle piece to us seeing this in a more parallel light on both sides that just is missing. And I was trying to kind of work that out in real time because everyone knows it's wrong. Everyone knows it's horrible. You don't feel convinced by her defense. But at the same time, the fear of other people flooding the legal system with the same defense isn't realistic because in order to use this defense, you have to establish that as credibility. Like, Letitia Stout would have never been able to use this defense for a myriad of reasons. But first and foremost, she wasn't postpartum at the time. But it's just like, it's not like anyone can just pick any defense they want out of their ass and use it. It has to get approved.
So wait a second. So you're saying that Lindsay Clancy wasn't postpartum at the time of the murder?
No, I'm saying Letitia Stout wasn't postpartum.
Yeah, no, I know that. I wasn't trying to compare I wasn't saying or even implying that they were suffering from similar things or anything of that nature. That's not what I'm
Right.
saying. I'm definitely not making excuses for Letitia Stout. Anybody who's followed my channel for a long time understands this and knows this.
Yeah.
My point being, what I'm trying to say is, I just feel like there's a real slippery slope here when we start making this thing about men and women because it becomes political, and then
Right. And that's not what it's about.
but it is now.
Well,
Whether you like it or not, it is.
It's
And that's-
about this. It's about how women are not taken seriously by healthcare professionals, which is a big problem. And that is not specific to this case. That's in general for the last several centuries.
Which healthcare professionals? Because aren't there so many women healthcare professionals?
Yeah.
Okay, so
You want to know? Okay, so you want to know what's fucked up? And I can't even believe Lindsay Clancy was allowed to be her patient. Dr. Tufts, the psychiatrist that she first started seeing, she had fucking been a doctor for less than 4 months. She was not an expert. She advertised herself as an expert in postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. And the bitch literally had been out of her fellowship for 3 months.
okay, so
That's a problem.
okay,
You shouldn't be baby doctor seeing people with the most complicated psychological issues that they haven't even classified in the DSM because of politics. Anyway, we're getting off the main point. I just wanted you to know that, I hear you. I really love and support your channel.
I
I'm
appreciate
just,
that, and I hear you too.
upset.
I hear you too, and I can see that this is so upsetting for everybody. I don't like sitting here and saying things just for the sake of being the opposite. I've never been that guy. And that's why I'm saying things based on, there are certain things that I'm hearing about this case that I just don't sit well with me. I'm thinking about, and I'm looking at a lot of the reasons why a lot of people are following it and supporting Lindsay Clancy. And it's for absurd reasons that they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about.
I don't know. I can't.
And
speak
so,
to
and I think that we should be able to have conversations, including heated conversations about these issues.
I think so too. That's why I said don't apologize for getting passionate or it's fine. I don't feel like you're yelling at me or anything like that.
I'm looking at this from just a very, very broad spectrum here, and I see Kevin Reddington being a great attorney. I see there being a mental health issue here, and he's going to present that as a defense for his client, and he's going to explore and to see and with every expert and every piece of evidence being compared, it's going to be up to a jury to decide whether or not she had any control over herself at the time or not. Right.
That is a fact.
Right.
And
so hold on. But the issue with what you're talking about, the issue that you've been so passionate about this entire time, that you've been talking about, that has been brought to the forefront here. Whether she is convicted or not, the point is what you are trying, what's so important to you that you have been driving home this entire conversation, that's been established. That's been put out there. The whole world is talking about it now. People are asking questions about women's mental health. That's what's happening. Until next week, sure. And whether,
You know what I mean?
whether Lindsay Clancy is convicted or not is not going to have any effect on that.
No, because the only thing that can change anything is legislation, and we all know that's a whole other ballpark in conversation.
Right.
But no, I totally hear you. Have you had the opportunity to watch any of Bob Motta's breakdowns after trial?
A little bit here and there. Yeah. I mean, I'm
You
watching.
should-
I'm watching a lot of people. Like I watch a little Melanie Little. I watch a little Justice Served. I watch a little Defense Diaries.
Yeah. I mean, Melanie is obviously like the queen, and she really, I think, gives great perspective on all these things. But I really think
She is great. I do.
She's fantastic.
I do have to correct something I heard her say though.
What was it?
It's not Lindsay Clancy related. She, apparently there was an issue going on with people streaming court TV during closing arguments.
Oh, yeah. No, she knows
so-
that it wasn't court TV because Bob, I guess.
No. Hold on. So
Okay.
she thought someone was striking your channel, false striking your channel, and then she said that it was illegal and it was the same as swatting. That's not true.
No. That's very. I didn't hear that. I missed that.
That is not true. Just so you all know,
highly-
just to be very clear to all of you, that is just simply not true.
I didn't. I missed that, but no, I think she would probably backtrack that too.
It's not the same thing. Yeah, not even
Definitely not the same thing. Didn't no, and I think she would agree with you.
Right.
But what I just want to say is like, having like Allie and Melanie and these amazing smart women talking about the case, because Melanie wasn't even going to cover it. She was like, it's too sad. I don't think I can do it. But it turned into a more complex case than people thought it would. So I think that's why she decided to, see it through. But what I find really rewarding and informative is hearing Bob Motta talk about the case every day after court. Like that's how I learned about Bob and Allie from Delphi and Andrea Burkhart.
Yeah.
And every day after that, I mean,
and man, I don't disagree with every single law tuber that I like and follow
I
and
totally
get along
get that.
with. I don't like it at all. Like I think because
Bob's a man and you're a man and you both are smart and you are like-minded people. And I think that it's hard for women to tell men how to feel about this. And I think it's hard for women to be told by men how to feel about this, because as much as we both don't like it, the gender aspect is very much under the surface. So I really appreciate Bob's perspective.
Yeah. I always appreciate Bob's perspective for sure. Yeah, always. And yes, from a male for sure. Yes. And I started off with this whole, I started off feeling like I'm not even going to touch this because I don't know what it's like to have PPD or anything like that. I just can't. I just can't bring myself. I feel like I have a choice as a man in being in the not know. I feel it's more dangerous to lean. There's two ways you can lean. You can lean towards, okay, well, PPD is a thing that you could kill your kids with, and hey, okay, if it's not treated. And so this is now an ongoing disease. This kid died from their mom having PPD, not murder, but they died from their mom having PPD. That's one way.
Murder.
What is it?
Well, I mean,
not if she's not if she's not convicted. No, it's not.
I mean, really? You wouldn't consider it?
Of course not.
So
of course not. It's murder.
So like Chris Albert didn't murder a guy in that drunk driving accident?
Did Chris Albert? No. Chris Albert killed a guy. I don't think he meant to murder them.
Technically, yeah. Killed is more appropriate for that. That was.
It was a car accident, and the person died.
Well,
so
maybe
no,
this is a good analogy.
It's a terrible analogy, honestly.
No, maybe no. I never thought about it because if no one in this state wants to kill someone.
Um,
Is my point. I guess that's the hurdle.
Do what?
I think that's the hurdle or the
no one
the bridge.
So okay, there's a second side of that coin. You're saying nobody in the state of what postpartum psychosis?
Yeah, no mother that is
Wants
having
to-
a psychotic break wants to kill their children. It's not a willing thing. They are not
okay.
able to think for themselves.
So why did she do it then?
Because
That's the
you're
other
going
side.
to-
That's the other side of the coin of thinking about it here.
Right, exactly.
You're saying, well, nobody wants to kill their kids when they're on, postpartum
and I'm
psychosis.
talking about like good moms
so
who
why
are suffering from PTSD.
So then don't do it.
Exactly. And if you could think rationally and not have your mind taken over.
Wouldn't the danger be that you are thinking about it? That there's something inside you that wants
But
to
that's
do
the
it?
thing. You don't want to. It's not a want. It's not a desire. It is a fear.
A fear.
It is a fear-driven thought. Dark thoughts. A fear-driven thought.
How do you know that if you don't remember that state you're in? How do you know that?
Well,
if you
I'm
can't
speaking
remember the
about-
state
I'm
you're
speaking
in
about the
when
thought.
it happens, how do you
Like,
know
you're
that?
not-
How could you possibly know that? Respectfully.
Okay, respectfully, when like building up to, and there's no way to predict when like a psychotic break like this could happen. And it also doesn't help that she actually had bipolar disorder and was put on medication that makes bipolar disorder extremely worse and is known to drive people into psychosis.
This is what bugs me is everybody's acting like, oh, well, it's a thing, but it's a big mystery. We don't know why. We don't know. It's a thing, but it just happens. That's not good enough for me. That's not good enough for me to protect
it doesn't
kids.
just happen.
That's not good enough for me to protect
I
kids from
understand.
murderous parents. That's crazy.
Okay,
That's
if you're this
crazy.
upset, though, I wish people, especially men, would get this upset, and I'm not comparing one to the other, but I have a serious frustration with the lack of support of children and the amount of sexual abuse that is going on that isn't being addressed, like the Epstein shit. I digress.
Yeah.
I feel like protecting kids
That's
gets thrown around a lot when it's convenient for the argument, but not when it actually comes to protecting kids.
so. What
But
do you?
that's neither here nor there.
It's definitely neither here nor there.
Yeah. But my point is, if it's just really hard to articulate, but the way I
Okay, but
understand
if
it,
no one, okay, sorry, I got to address Noodle Mama here. Noodle Mama saying that the reason why nobody really knows anything about PPD or PPP
because it hasn't been studied.
because no one talks about it and no one does the research on it. Okay, fine. Then how do you know that it somehow makes it a homicidal thing that is somehow not their fault? If you don't know anything about it, if it's never been studied, nobody's studying it, then how can you say that it's somehow an excuse for her actions? How can you say that she wasn't in her right mind? If you don't know anything about it, then how can you just automatically jump to the conclusion that, oh, well, that's why she did it?
Right. Well, you can't, because we do know some things about it.
That's why I feel the way I do. There you go.
No, and then like I said, I understand. I really do understand. I just wanted to, have a dialogue with you about it.
No, and I'm glad we did. I
support you and I respect you more than anything. And I felt the need to try and, navigate this disconnect I felt with you through our parasocial, whatever, YouTube-ish shit.
Look at this.
So-
Look at this argument. Because it's a malfunction in the brain. You know what? My ADHD is a malfunction in my brain, but I don't want to kill kids.
Right, but that's not
So
a diagnosis that
I don't
makes
I
you.
don't want to
And
hear that. You're telling me that no one knows enough about this stuff, but
no,
somehow, since we don't know enough about it, that
we do.
well, okay, well,
We do.
kids
Just
are gonna
not
kids are gonna get killed. It's a bummer.
ask
Huh?
Sam Beningo, because she will explain how much research there is, but how it takes a long time for the clinical professional acceptance side to catch up with the research. She did a great video on that a couple days ago. But my point is, and also like the argument about what if Lindsay Clancy killed someone else's kids, that's not how this works. If she killed someone else's kids, she might be a psychopath or have schizophrenia or something else, but it wouldn't be the same defense, wouldn't be the same case. Completely not
Well,
the correct analogy.
That's my point. They're saying they don't know anything about it because nobody studies it.
Well, that's not true. It is studied a lot. It's just not documented in the DSM.
It's okay, so it's not documented in the DSM.
Or it's not.
And one of the symptoms of PPD or PPP include wanting to murder your own children. Is that one of the symptoms?
No, not wanting. Not wanting. Wanting is not part
But
of
having the
problem.
thoughts. But having the thoughts.
Yes, that you have delusions, you have hallucinations.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Because you could have delusions and hallucinations, but they may not be homicidal.
But they are homicidal. Like this one woman was telling her story. She was having psychotic break from PPP. In her psychotic break, she stabbed her baby and then just put a blanket over him and went to doing other things around the house, trying to avoid looking at the blood. And then it turned out the entire thing was a hallucination. Then she was like, thank God. She was like, after that, I was able to get the help I needed. But it's you don't know what's real and what's not. And you're not in control. It's just a lot of women describe it as watching your body from above, like an out of body experience. It's not rational.
No, I understand it's not rational. But
I just feel like it must be so terrifying. I can't imagine. I just can't imagine how awful for everybody. Everybody.
Dude, you know how many bad acid trips I've had, but I never wanted to kill anybody.
Exactly.
I never wanted to kill anybody.
So my ex-boyfriend had a really bad acid trip. Really, really, really bad.
Okay.
We were in high
Did he
school.
kill 3 kids?
No.
Okay.
But maybe he would have if he hadn't been locked in a room for 48 hours. Because, I mean, it was so bad that
Because even when I was on a bad acid trip, I knew I was on a bad acid trip. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay.
I'd be like, okay, well, I took some bad shit. This is bad. I just gotta ride. I gotta ride this out.
Right. So,
So-
imagine being in that headspace. And then falling asleep, and you're half asleep, and you're dreaming, but you're kind of in and out. You're having a terrible acid trip. I feel like that's the only way, as a not psychotic person, to try and explain it.
I just don't know how anybody can even try to explain it when they're saying that nobody understands it enough because it isn't studied enough. That's why I can't. That's why I can't. I just can't get on board with y'all are telling me one thing and then you're telling me another thing to rationalize it that contradicts what you're saying.
I will bow out of that part of it and just say, talk to Sam Beningo about it if you really want answers to that question, because I don't have the education.
Yeah, a murderer's brain works different than mine, Noodles Mama. I will give you that. Yes, that is absolutely true. Your arguments tonight are terrible. By
Well,
the way.
yeah, and like
Of course.
sociopathy and psychopathy are not curable, and they aren't temporary.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's so I'm
It's such a niche situation. I'm sorry, I'm not able to I'm not looking at the screen because, the whole echo stuff. So I'm not watching while we're having this conversation. So I apologize.
No, you're better off because there's a delay on your end, so you don't want to do that. You're better off just not even looking at chat or even looking at the TV. Or you definitely don't want the sound on. No, everybody's actually being more nice to you than they are me. Most people are siding with you here.
I thought for sure I was just going to be like hellfire missiles.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be one of the most hated people in the community tomorrow.
No, but that's the thing is we love you, and because we resonate with you in so many things, and this to be a particular niche of the criminal, I don't like criminal justice, the criminal legal system. This is such a very 1% slice of pie in the criminal legal system. And because you feel the way you do, and I think a lot of your supporters maybe feel like I do, maybe, I don't know, or some do, I felt the desire to try and have that dialogue and kind of break down, or at least share why I feel the way I do, and hope to
Here's what I think. I think that Kevin Reddington did an outstanding job of creating doubt. But as far as the jury goes.
But I don't think there's any doubt.
But I think that he did an outstanding job of creating doubt. But I also think that he did an outstanding job of bringing more information about this issue to the forefront. 100%. And I love that he did that. Obviously, this is a problem. I am just not convinced that this is what is the reason why she killed her 3 children.
Yeah, and I think,
or at least it's not something that at least it's not something that I feel is something that should be enough to allow her to be acquitted. Personally.
Should be put in a psychiatric hospital.
I think the doubt and questioning if it is or not is enough to acquit her, and that's right, just.
Which would put her in a psychiatric hospital.
Right. Now, for me personally,
it's not.
For me personally, I just have a personal opinion that I just don't buy it. That's me.
And you're allowed to have that opinion.
But,
and like I said, I think a lot of us who really love and support you and have followed you for a long time just want to, if nothing else, share why we are struggling with your perspective on that. And
yeah, like if I was on the jury, I would vote not guilty. Why? Because I have more questions than I have certainties.
And see, and that's
so that
fair.
Is, that's called doubt. If I have any doubt, I have to vote not guilty. I'm riddled with doubt. I'm riddled with doubt on all different aspects, all kinds of different levels. So,
and I think that's why you really should talk to Samantha Benigno about it, and Bob Mata, and Kevin Reddington if you get a chance.
Yeah, because I'm not saying I'm not saying definitely blah blah blah. I know this. I'm saying that I believe.
I know.
That's all I'm saying.
I don't think anybody is saying that.
I just simply don't believe her. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Right. And I think we just want to prove you wrong.
Yeah, that's cool. No, but see, I'm not married to that. Like
no,
if it's
and that's
proven
the thing.
to
We
me
know
about,
you're reasonable.
No, if I watched every single minute of all the testimony moving forward, my mind might change. I might be like, oh, okay, yeah. And I might be right along with everyone here.
I think you would.
You never know.
Maybe start having some tickles in those fields if you did.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just, but I've always been that guy, you know? I've
No,
always
and
been
I
that
know.
guy.
I really respect you, Will, a ton, and I really appreciate your show, and I appreciate your support for Turtle Boy. And, you know, I'm grateful for the conversation. I just felt very compelled to
I just said.
at least
See what I
have
mean? I get annoyed when people don't listen. Look, this comment. She says, "Will, what being
I
different?"
can't see it.
But I'm gonna read it. Will, what being different would cause you to believe it? Is there anything that would make you look beyond the kids being dead to find PPP? I just said I still would have to listen to all of the testimony.
You just need more information.
I'm not married to my opinion. That is what I'm saying.
I think people will not jump to frustrating comments like that if maybe you lead with the "I'm not married to," but right now I'm not convinced.
Okay.
Just not like you need to do any fucking thing I say, or like you would, which I love about you. But no, I appreciate you saying that you're at least open to like hearing more about the facts of the case.
Yeah, of course. No. Yeah. Like, I'm not sitting here going, oh, you know what? Like, I don't need to hear nothing. Blah, 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 blah. I said that my opinion is based on what I know about the case so far.
Okay. And that's fair.
That's all I'm saying.
And as your support base, I think we want to educate you, but it's really hard to do that in this type of forum. And I think it's better if you just go straight to the source of the people that you can connect with that is the most facts and most education on the topic.
I mean, I would rewatch the trial, but I just don't. My point is, I just don't even really. I don't think it makes a difference at this point. Like it wouldn't make a difference. Like the jury's deliberating right now. You know what I'm saying? Like all the facts have been put out there. The whole case has been presented. It's been wrapped up. So
and the prosecution witnesses are like
it doesn't matter.
It's like watching Lally. It's like watching Lally in like 0.5 speed. It's hard.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't want to. But to get the cliff notes, I highly recommend chatting with Bob and Sam about it.
Sure.
Red, if you get a chance. But yeah, I adore and appreciate you all and chat. And I'm in Arizona, and it's like still 100 degrees out here.
Dude.
So I'm sweating bullets. So I'm going to go inside.
I'm ready for winter, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, just wait. And then we'll be crying for spring.
All right. All right. Well, thanks for calling. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Will.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Call from.
Oh, they hung up. Too late. Scott, you better call now, buddy, because it's getting late. That took the whole phone call. And I wanted to give her I wanted to give her as much time as I could. I'll explain why.
Call from.
Wow.
Who am I speaking with?
Donald.
I'm gonna let you know. I already talked to you tonight, but I'm gonna take the next call. Okay. I'm sorry, buddy.
Just want to say your calls have been fantastic. You're doing a great job.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
That's all.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Call from.
Angie.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, Will. It's Angie.
Hi, Angie.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Jay Adams, I agree with you, but there's no reason to yell, buddy. Unless somebody interrupts you. That's different. Go ahead, Angie.
I again want to say that I appreciate you like broaching this topic because obviously it's based on the last call. It's a very, emotional thing.
It is.
I am curious, like, because I heard you mention Chris Benoit, like, why that case comes up in your mind?
Because he
As far
killed
as-
his wife and kids in the same way, and then killed himself. Now,
Right, but CTE is a traumatic brain injury,
well,
whereas
okay.
postpartum psychosis is
But do
a
we know
hormone imbalance.
okay, great. Do we know for sure that it was CTE that caused him to murder his family?
Well, that was I don't know. It caused it,
Right.
but that
Right.
played a big
Do
part.
we know for sure that PPP was what caused Lindsay Clancy to murder her children?
No.
Okay.
And I don't and I'm
Okay.
not
So
I
that's
have
why
never
it's a great defense, because it creates doubt. It's not on
Right.
Kevin Reddington to prove it. It's on Kevin Reddington to make the jury question whether it is.
Right. And I agree.
It's that simple.
And I've never like had the stance that I am, Lindsay shouldn't go into a psychiatric facility. I don't think jail's the right place for her, or prison, simply because, not just because of her mental capacity and where she stands now, but also because of her other health issues. The prison system is not the greatest place for people with serious health issues. And, she has to have nurses with her 24/7 so that way she can, do normal things that we take, for granted. But at the same
hold on. Angie, hold on. I'm sorry.
Okay. Sorry.
I got to address this comment here, because this person's just been dropping stupid shit in my chat for the last fucking God knows how long. How am I embracing ignorance if I'm saying that I'm not married to my current opinion, and my current opinion is based on limited facts that I am currently aware of? How could you sit there? That is absolutely ignorant. That's an ignorant comment. So, use your brain here, please. Go ahead, Angie.
No, I also bring up the Kristen Moore thing because Randall actually brought up the same thing and was comparing it the other night. And I get that it's a similar situation, but it's because postpartum psychosis is a hormone imbalance, whereas CTE is traumatic brain injury. You know this, I'm a big wrestling fan. So his dad actually donated his brain to science after it all happened. And he was diagnosed post-mortem with CTE and had the brain of a 75-year-old Alzheimer's patient. And it was from all the concussions that he had over the years.
Right.
So, that I think.
But that's irrelevant here.
Right.
It's irrelevant because, again, the only way that it is relevant is that it's the two things that CTE and PPP have in common is we don't know if it causes you to murder your children.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah, I agree.
That's it.
But at the same time, the thing that keeps popping into my head is she's no Lori Vallow. I'm sure Lori Vallow, if she had the opportunity, now Idaho doesn't have a not guilty by reason of insanity defense. It's not an option here. So she wouldn't have been able to use it either way. But had it been an option, her attorneys probably would have gone that way because the lady's fucking insane anyway, and it's obvious. But, I don't think it's that kind of situation. I don't think, based on watching the trial, I don't think in any way Lindsay planned to kill her children. I don't think that's what she wanted ultimately.
I don't think that it was premeditated. No.
No.
And yes, do I think that she had a psychotic or a psychiatric breakdown of some sort of psychological breakdown? For sure, absolutely. But I don't think that. The thing is that could just be. I mean, there's a lot of people who kill people because they just snap. You know what I'm saying? And then we don't chalk it up to, you know, a problem with women that we don't talk about enough, you know, or a problem with men that we don't talk about enough. You know, it's just people do fucking horrible shit because they just can't fucking deal anymore. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you look at a person who goes and does a mass shooting, right? It's premeditated. It's always planned. There's always a manifesto. But isn't it fair to say that person might have snapped and it caused them to start planning this thing, and then have them and then put together a manifesto, and then they snapped prior to that. There's always a breaking point. Nobody's ever actually in their right mind when they think. Nobody could possibly be in their right mind when they sit there and go, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to kill people. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no logic. You're not going to logically think that you're going to really get away with it. You're going to try to get away with it. But the fact is we don't sit there and judge these things based on that. We judge things based on, and it was funny, listening to, I think it was, Runkle was on his channel. It was last night or the night before. Good Logic. And he was explaining it in a really, really cool way that I could never repeat because he's way smarter than me. But he was making a lot of sense. And the thing is like it's when you the question is whether or not you were of sound mind to be able to stop yourself. Were you capable of stopping yourself from committing this crime? Was there ever anything in your mind that said, hey, this is wrong? You know, because I'm telling you right now, if she's sitting there crying and she's strangling her kid and then crying, and then she sees that one kid is dead, she goes to the next one to do the same thing to the next one, and she's crying, well, then she's feeling remorse. She's feeling guilt, which means that she knows that what she's doing is wrong. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
So I just, but to sit there and go, oh, well, she wasn't in her right mind, that's easy. Anybody could fucking say that.
Right. Yeah. And so speaking of mass shootings, my husband and I had a very interesting experience today. I don't know if you heard about the shooting at the In-N-Out Burger in Twin Falls, Idaho. It was a couple weeks ago. But I live in Twin Falls, and we went to In-N-Out today. And I know this has nothing to do with Lindsay Clancy, but it was a very interesting experience because it wasn't like I was afraid to be there. It was, oh my gosh, this is where something horrible happened, and I'm here, and like this just happened. It's I don't know how to describe it, but it was a very because I had never been to somewhere where that's actually happened before, if that makes any sense. And so, yeah, that was what we experienced today. And it was really good food, though.
Well, right on.
But yeah, so, but yeah, like I said, I appreciate you bringing up this topic again and being open. I like hearing your opinions. I may not always agree with you. It's the same thing with Aiden. There's a lot of stuff that Aiden says, and I've said this before, that politically he and I would never agree. It's kind of like you and Kaylin, where you have weird different opinions and everything.
We actually agree on a lot more than we expected we would, but
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you're right. Her and I can absolutely disagree and still respect each other's opinions. And
Yeah.
I can even make. I mean, dude, it's more fun to have a significant other that is that has different political views than you do. It's because I can make jokes and those jokes are only funny because they offend her, and they're even more funny because she laughs at them. So
Right.
the fact that she gets mad at herself for laughing at them and then gets mad at me, it just makes the jokes that much more sweet. Like,
Right.
it would be boring to date somebody who agreed with everything that I I want to date somebody who I can shock and annoy. It's
Yeah.
way more fun.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you go because it is 1 o'clock in the morning and I need to go to bed because the kids will be up early. But thank you again for broaching this subject. I'm so glad that, you're happy with your significant other. It's good to see you happy.
Thanks.
And everybody deserves that.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so have a good rest of your night.
All right. You too. Thanks for calling, Angie.
All right. Bye.
Did Scott go to bed or did he give up on calling? Let's see.
Call from
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Most hated. What up?
What's up, Scott? It's good to see you.
What's up?
Good to hear from you. Good to hear from you. I'm glad you made it through.
Yeah, it was only 23 attempts, but no big deal.
Yeah, that one call, man. I couldn't cut that lady off, man. Like she was.
I know.
She was really passionate, and I really wanted to talk to somebody who felt that strongly about the case and who was as well versed in it as she was. I really wanted to, because I also wanted to learn from it as well. So, that's why I open the phone lines. But I am going to push. I'm going to challenge everything that comes at me at the same time. You know what I mean? But that's also how I learn.
I
more.
agree.
That's also how I learn more. So,
yeah, I get it. So check this out. 2006, I was a rookie detective, and around 8:30 at night, we got a jumper. Guy took a swan dive in front of a train in Brooklyn.
Wow.
So it was my first one as a detective investigating the case, as opposed to being in uniform and setting up a crime scene. So we get there. The guy's obviously DOA. The ME shows up around 9:30 at night, and the way my office worked is we stayed with the ME. We stayed with the body till the ME showed up to get an exact time of pronouncement of death. All right, so we go back to the office and we're, doing computer checks before we notify the next of kin. Try to find an address because he had no ID on him. Fingerprints came back really quick. The guy lived in Staten Island, but he had a previous address in Brooklyn, and we went to that address. So we go to the address, knock on the door, and I brought what's called I brought an Explorer with me because he spoke Creole. So we go knock on the door. I don't have a picture of the body. I have the guy's driver's license because the guy was thoroughly mangled. So we knock on the door, identify myself. I ask him who he is. He tells me who he is. I show him the driver's license, okay? And the guy says, I don't know who that is. And he slams the door in my face. Okay, good enough. Good enough. Now, that's expected because when a detective shows up at your door at 11:30 at night, it's usually either notify somebody that something bad happened,
right,
or they're coming to lock somebody up.
Right.
One or the other.
Yeah.
So we walk over to the elevator. So it's myself, my partner, the detective training us, and the Explorer. So there's four of us. So we get over there, and all of a sudden the door opens up back to the apartment building, and the guy's screaming, "That's my brother-in-law! That's my brother-in-law!" So we go back over to him, and he's on the phone with somebody waiting for us to come back to the door.
Okay.
So we get there, and we could hear screaming and yelling on the other end of the telephone. So the Explorer, who turned out to be a black kid, he turns beet red. So The senior guy with us takes him to the side and asks him what's going on. He goes, whoever's on the other end of the phone just found 2 kids dead in a bathtub.
Oh my God.
So we're like, listen, give us the location, give us where this phone call is, the whole 9 yards. So we get the information, we run out the door. The senior guy calls One Police Plaza, tells them, get cars to this address in Staten Island. We're on our way. So we start shooting there. We get over the Verrazano Bridge. And just as we're getting into Staten Island, the senior detective's phone rings. And it's operations from One Police Plaza. They say, take your time getting there. It's confirmed 2 DOAs. We pull up to the scene, and the precincts from Staten Island are all over the place. So they tell me I got to come inside the apartment building and bring the Explorer with us because he can read Creole. So I'm figuring I'm not going to see the 2 kids. So we get into the apartment, we go through the living room, and on the right-hand side, my dumb ass looks, and it's the bathroom, and there are 2 babies dead in the bathtub.
Oh my God.
So they take us 2 doors down into the apartment, and it's a bedroom. And on the bed, in the middle of the bedroom, there's a plate. In the middle of the plate are candles, okay, that are lit. And underneath it is a piece of paper. We take the piece of paper back out and we read, and the Explorer reads it to me, okay? So we got detective captains there, the whole 9 yards. It turns out that this guy thought that his mother-in-law was putting voodoo on him. So what did he do? He drowned his 2 kids in Staten Island earlier in the day, goes into Manhattan by the Staten Island ferry, takes the subway train to Brooklyn to kill his mother-in-law, okay?
Right.
Then when she's not there, after waiting there for a few hours, he walks over to the Church Avenue subway station and jumps in front of a Q train and kills himself.
Jesus.
Okay? Yeah. So that was my story about that. So I've dealt with the similar situation walking into a crime scene with 2 kids.
Right.
So now, in regards to the Lindsay Clancy case,
God, man, I can't even imagine.
It was bad, and it's something I'll never forget. And I'm sure Donald.
Yeah, I can't. I'm sure it sticks with you, man. You don't shake stuff like that. I don't imagine. Jesus.
Yeah, it was insane. But in regards to the Lindsay Clancy case and every other case, with the exception of the Karen Reed case, I go into it thinking everybody's guilty. I've made over 700 arrests in my career. In my eyes, everybody is guilty until they're proven innocent, okay? Obviously, when I first saw the pictures of John O'Keefe, I knew he wasn't hit by a car.
Right.
So right off the bat, Karen Reed's innocent.
Right.
Okay? So Karen Reed are innocent right off the bat.
Yeah.
We discussed that one already, okay? So let's fast forward to Lindsay now. So Lindsay, in my eyes, is guilty right off the bat. I'm listening to the testimony, okay? And then I see the crime scene picture. I saw the crime scene pictures in the whole 9 yards. The only thing that I really wanted to hear that they won't let us hear is the 911 call. But I read the transcript. All right. In regards to Lindsay's wounds, okay, she slit her wrists and then she tried slicing her neck. Everybody that was on the prosecution is saying there were superficial wounds. They weren't superficial wounds. To them, they were superficial wounds in the fact that they think she should have done it deeper. The problem is when somebody takes a knife to cut themselves, they still feel the pain, even if they're having a mental problem.
Right. Oh, sure. Of course.
With her throat.
Right. Of course.
So then she took the head out the window, okay? She landed head first. The prosecution is saying that she hung by her hands. There is no way in hell that she, scurried and hung by her fingertips on the windowsill and dropped down that way.
Was there any injuries to her fingertips?
No, there were no injuries to her fingertips.
Okay.
The injuries to her head and the neck, she landed on her head.
Okay. No.
That's why she's paralyzed.
I'm saying because if the prosecution's saying that they could prove it, I mean, by hanging from that rooftop, that means that you're really digging in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
exactly.
you're really using some grip from your fingers to fucking hold yourself up. So if she hung from the rooftop, now first of all, the prosecution saying that they would have to prove it. They would have to say, you can't just say that and expect the jury to believe it. So I'm with you on this. You can't just you would have to say, okay, well, she hung from the rooftop, and I mean, you could tell she was desperately, she didn't want to die because she was desperately trying to fucking hang on. So if she was desperately trying to hang on, then there would be some sort of like if is it one of those slanted roofs with the shingles that are like sandpaper? You know what I mean?
No, she didn't.
Was it like that?
To me, they looked like cedar to me.
Right. Okay. So yeah, that would have left some sort of marks on her fingers, I would think. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
And she took. I get it. She did a full header out of a second story window. I get that.
Yeah.
But I just don't see how anybody could think that jumping out of a second story window is going to kill them. You know, I just don't. And I don't see how when you cut yourself. And did somebody in my chat say that she had medical background, Lindsay Clancy?
Yeah, she was a nurse.
Okay, she was a nurse.
Labor delivery nurse.
And how am I supposed to expect to believe? How can I be expected to believe that she didn't know the proper way to cut herself so that she would bleed to death?
Yeah, exactly. I get it.
She didn't.
I get it.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are things that I doubt. Now, if I was on the jury, I would be voting not guilty. And I haven't even watched all the testimony, but I'm saying I would be voting not guilty because I have doubts. I don't know. I have too many questions. You see what I'm saying? There's too many questions.
Yeah, I get it.
So I would absolutely be like, there's no way I'm convicting this person because I don't know. I'm not sure, you know, and that is just an effective defense. That's what he's going for. That's what Reddington's going for. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's that complicated. And I don't think it's that, you know, like, I don't think it's that, you know, everybody's trying to act like there's this huge pursuit from the defense for justice. And I don't think that that's what Reddington is intending to do. Even though I love Reddington, but I think he's just being an experienced, good defense attorney and creating as much doubt for the jury as he possibly can. That's what this
totally
trial.
Agree.
Yeah, that's what this trial is for.
Oh, I totally agree. It's just that I wouldn't find her not guilty. I would find her not guilty by reason of insanity, and she's going to be committed.
See, right.
There's no way she's not guilty.
Right. I mean, she's absolutely. That's the thing. Is you know, my personal belief is that I think it's a problem if she's not convicted, you know, in the sense that it could set a precedent, a dangerous one. But I also don't think that would necessarily be justice if that's the case. Because, you know, there would be, you know, like I said, there's doubt. You know what I mean? You can't have a jury that's going to convict based on the reasons that I'm saying that I don't believe Lindsay Clancy. You see what I'm saying? You can't have a jury convict based on that. That can't happen. That's not just. That's not how the justice system is supposed to work. If the prosecution fails to present a solid, airtight case that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay Clancy intended to kill her kids and could have stopped herself, if they can't prove that beyond a reasonable doubt, then you have to acquit her. It's that simple.
Oh, I agree totally. And if the prosecution did a horrible job.
Right. That's
prosecution didn't
help. That's the common consensus. Yes, that's the common consensus from what I heard. From what I heard, yeah, I could just tell the difference. I mean, even in the closing arguments, you could just tell there was just a very stark contrast between the prosecutor's skills and Reddington's skills, you know?
Oh, without a doubt, there's no comparison.
Yeah.
I initially thought when the trial first started with the prosecution, I thought that she was trying to throw it, and that the DA was being forced to prosecute it by her boss because of the utter stupidity. I mean, you have two males testifying about postpartum depression, and they haven't practiced anything about it in 40 years. They wrote papers on it 40 years ago and haven't seen anybody since. So how do you turn around and do that?
Yeah.
You know, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
Totally makes no sense to me, you know? All right. I'll let you go talk to somebody else.
All right, Scott. Thanks for calling, man. I appreciate it. It's always good talking to you.
All right, bro. Have a good one.
All right, you too, bud.
Later.
All right, that's it. I think this is a good time to call it. Yeah, I'm tired, man. I've been doing these late night streams, and every time I'm ready to quit, I yawn. It's very funny. And I know people have been guys. I want to say thank you to the new members who are becoming members while I was on these phone calls. Let me take that off of there. So thank you guys for that. And those of you who are already members, thank you for continuing to renew your memberships. It means the world to me. I'm going to get back to the petty very soon. Things are a little weird right now. I told you I don't just pick on people just to pick on them. And for some reason, doing petties on Mucho Machado, those don't really feel like they're, natural. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. Like, I think there's so much personal shit going on with that, like between Aiden and her, like I get all the gratification I need watching, because that was really my whole thing. What turned me off to Jess Machado, people, what turned me off to her was how she was a friend to Aiden, or a lack of, you know what I mean? How she wasn't loyal to him. And it turned me off to her because I was considering her a friend too. So I was just like, yo, I'm stepping back from that shit, and then she went after Baker, and then I had to speak up, but we all know how that story turned out. But Lauren here has been fucking killing it. But the only barren bitch here is me. Okay? You leave my Lauren alone. She's my friend. And we're gonna be hanging out, I think, Sunday. Are you gonna be on Sunday, Lauren, on Maz's? Maz asked me to do it Sunday, so I know I'm gonna do it. Right on. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, man. Lauren's fucking killing it right now too. I love it. And yeah, that's the thing. And anybody who's been following me for a long time knows that I love to see channels do well. I love to see channels do well. I don't even mind seeing the channels I don't like do well. But I love to see channels do well. And when people whine and bitch and try to make me out to be like I'm taking personal jabs at them because of the times that I choose to go live, even though I'm probably the only one in the community who actually makes a conscious effort to not go live when somebody who I support is going live. And then, come in here and that's not only that, it's other stuff too, but and then they come in here and, hey, what's up? Woo, okay. Okay. But yeah, I really like to see channels do well. I do. Genuinely. So I'm really happy to be seeing Lauren's channel doing really well. She's really awesome. I like to see I love to see Jolene do well because Jolene just fucking kicks ass. She's hilarious. And of course I love to see Aiden do well. Because he kicks ass, but he also needs it. So and you know my little pocketbook's gonna be a little light because I haven't been going live and streaming as often, and the truth is, guys, I just don't stream unless it's something that I really want to talk about most of the time. Now I'm like just like I could just hang out with whoever wants to hang out. So that's basically what we're doing the last few times here, and but yeah, I don't do the petty streams just to fucking do them. You know what I mean? Like, there's really not much to get petty about. There's really not much to get petty about, if I'm being completely honest. But as soon as there is, I'll do it, you know. But I'm trying to. God damn, man, it's so annoying. I got, dude. So Microdots is like, this is the keyboard that I own, and then so I ordered one, right? But for some reason, and it's got to be a setting somewhere that it's just not working on my GarageBand on my Mac. So that's kind of annoying. But I really want to like get that keyboard going because I can run my guitar through it. I can run my bass through it. And I don't want to have to buy another keyboard because I think that's stupid. There's no reason why this keyboard shouldn't work. So it's annoying. But I'm really trying to like get all kinds of shit going here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna pick your brain on how to even computer when you get here. That's if you know how. I'm hoping please, since she makes fun of me for being old, let her be young enough to know how to fucking explain basic computer shit to me. Dear sweet baby Jesus, I can't find the thing. Okay, I don't care enough to find the fucking heavenly music sound thing. It's too late. I'm tired. So yeah, so hopefully I could pick her brain on doing that, and I could just go on my computer and be like, what am I doing here? What do I do? That's different. That's just you working with your hands, babe. That's just you like mounting a TV to my wall, you know, and hooking up speakers to my record player is not the same thing as figuring out OBS. It's not the same thing. I'm totally sleep talking. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, man. And I can't usually I gotta stop playing the thing, man. The people getting injured. It only takes a second to be safe. That's done. They copyrighted it now. So I was like, what the fuck is happening? So ads aren't running on my shit now because of that. So I have to cut it out. I have to stop it. So that's no more a thing, folks. I'm sorry about that. I'll find something else You guys know me. We'll figure it out. But yeah, October 30th, hopefully. Hopefully somebody does something fucking totally stupid, which merits a petty. Merits many petties. And then, that will ensure my trip to. But I'm not just going to do it just to do it, man. You know what I mean? Like I watched a little of Cryford and BLT today. I didn't see the whole thing, but I was just like, okay, same old shit. A little bit of JFK. Okay, same old shit. So it's just like I'm like I said, I'm not gonna just make fun of people just to fucking make fun of them. Like if they give me reason, if they do something completely fucking ridiculous, like BLT did with the Lucifer heckler thing, that's different. But yeah, because I'd love to keep my grift going. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to keep the grift going, but guys, you know me. You know I've never done things just for the sake of a grift. Ever. I don't do that. I've never done that. So we'll figure something out. But as soon as there's something to go petty about, then I'll go petty. You know what I mean? We'll see. Yeah, exactly, Lauren. I got to feel it, man. I've never been ingenuine with you guys, and I'm not going to start doing it now just because, I'm a little, light on the usual amount of members or super chats or whatever. You know what I mean? Like I'm always just grateful for whatever you guys do. So I appreciate it. And you guys are still super grateful even today. Thank you guys for all the jewels. And then I didn't read this one. We're all mad here. Okay, to be fair, she coded twice. She almost succeeded. As hard as that is to achieve, I do think she intended to die. Yeah, I mean, agree to disagree. My check email, my reason for petty is there. Let's see what Haitian saved by Cations emailed me. Let's find out. A petty on Samantha? No, I'm not doing that. Yeah, no. So let me see what she's.
Call ego strength. If I have no firm sense.
Yeah, I'm not doing a fucking petty on Samantha. Crazy. I said that as a joke. But yeah, like we do that because she mounted a TV in my bedroom, and so it's better to just sit in bed and eat spaghetti. It's just better. Oh, I saw that, Nicola. Thank you for that. And yeah, it's just that I make the best spaghetti is why. And so yeah, if she's in town, I gotta make the spaghetti now because I made it last time and it's like the greatest shit you'll ever eat in your life. Yeah, Clubber's ready for bed. What time is it? Oh my God, it's 3:30 in the morning. All right. Yeah, I'm sleeping in late for sure. Yes, Nicola. Yeah. Thank you. I'm still trying to figure out I just Kaylin sent it to me and I was like, what am I looking at here? I I may have mentioned that I can't figure out what goes on in Nicola Maxwell's brain. Or what comes out of her mouth, honestly, because I've clicked on some of her videos and I'm like, huh? It's pretty funny. Like it's yeah, I don't yeah, I get I'll she'll be just walking and like in the woods or something and then like talking and I'm like, what is she saying? Like I've never heard a stronger Scottish accent in my life. It's really strong. Oh, no, I didn't. You didn't email me anything. I didn't get an email from you if that's the case. Um, oh, did he really do a try to understand Nicholas stream? There's no way. You can't. Like, all right, hold on. Let me see. Where is there's a lot of like oh, here we go. Here we go.
Are you in a half? I can't hike. You just I can't hike today. You just need to do your own wee runs, but you have to come back sooner than that.
Okay, you have to come.
Look, the sun's went away.
What? What?
The sun's gone. The water's
The sun's
high,
gone.
and you're just been a wee cutie. You're just been a wee cutie piling, aren't you? And is listening today. I asked her, please listen. I don't feel great. No messing around.
No messing around.
Time
Got
to
it.
think of your future.
It's time to think of
Yeah.
your future. Okay, the specials. Got it.
Are
Got
you
it.
wind up in jail, Lena?
She's singing the specials in a really, really strong Scottish accent. Okay.
So
I figured that out.
yeah, like in here, like this is like some of the best. If anybody watches this is some of the best, like
Some of the best quality.
you'll probably ever see.
I feel like I'm catching on. Like the more she talks, the more it becomes easier to get. Okay.
On YouTube, just so you know, just in case, like this is going to go viral, right? But look, see down here. Some people, I'll say, because I don't want to get weird or thingy. People have got their religions.
I spoke way too
Most
soon.
of my family will be buried.
What?
I do have other family that would be cremated, and that's for different reasons over here.
Holy
The
shit,
way that
man.
I like to do things.
The way she likes to do things. She likes to
If there's a cremation, then they go in here.
bro.
So I like to dump my.
All right. All right. Thank you, Nicola Maxwell. All right, guys. I'm gonna wrap this up. That's gonna be it for me. I am really, really sleepy. I'm overtired, obviously, and I wanna thank all my callers for having an open mind and having the patience to have a dialogue with me over this very, very touchy subject. I am really, really proud of my community because I've worked really hard to attract an audience where we can actually do that. So I'm really grateful that we could do that, and I'm grateful to you guys. Thank you so much for that. There were a couple people in the chat who were just taking everything I was taking way too personally. But I appreciate you guys. You guys are great. And I am really grateful for all your support. Thank you guys. And remember, it only takes a second to stay safe, and being retarded never stopped anybody from being a good neighbor. I love you very much, and we will do this again, my friends, very soon.
Today, being retarded means leading a full life. Retarded people go to work or school just like their neighbors and come back to a real home, a supervised home, right in the neighborhood where they belong. Being retarded never stopped anyone from being a good neighbor. Today, being retarded means leading a full life.
You don't come to my franchise, ask for a water cup, and then get a Coke. That's fucked up. You're fucking with the family business now, homeboy. Get the fuck out.